just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. I will never be I just wanna change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Freedom. Yourself, I'll help you clean up the mess.
wonder if you ever did like I did. Let's go! What is up, people? Monday night. Oh! I just wanna be free. Yeah. Free. Yeah. Free. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. No, I wanna be free. I wanna be free. No, me. Free, yeah. Freedom, yeah. Freedom, yeah. Hey, yeah. Let's go, dude. What is up? What is up, people? How we doing? Oh shit, bro. Dude, you ever wake up and you just feel like you're living in a psyop, right? You ever have that? Seriously, you ever just wake up and you just feel like you're living in the middle of a psyop? Like, bro, I swear to you. So it's guys, it's like, it's this Minnesota thing that is like weighing on my mind, because let me just tell you, okay? Let me just tell you about this. Like, you know, pattern recognition is sort of a thing that I fucking, you know, sit around on. I occupy a lot of time engaging in it, okay? Now, what's crazy about this, guys, is check this out. So there have been two major failures in the Epstein campaign, okay? Or, I mean, two major failures in the Trump administration thus far. Number one was his immigration was not working, okay? His immigration was not working. People were overreacting to, I mean, I don't think they were overreacting. They were reacting like normal humans. But to them, people were overreacting to their immigration shit. It was overwhelmingly negative. He was losing on immigration. They didn't like the tear gassing, the violence, the throwing pregnant women down to the street, etc. Okay? So his immigration was losing the PR battle for him. Okay? Then Epstein blows up in his face. So now he has two major distractions. Okay? One is nobody's backing his immigration. That's actually working against him. That was his number one thing. And then Epstein was haunting him. Now, remember, the people that are behind this Trump regime are people like Chris Rufo at the Manhattan Institute, the Heritage Foundation, the people that came up with the CRT and the DEI angles of attack. Okay? Now, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, Trump does an interview and he starts talking about Somalis. Okay? Okay, remember when Trump in the middle of an interview just started talking about Somali people and about how they were nasty and bad, right? Let's find that clip. Hold on, I'm going to walk you through something, guys, because they have all hands on deck right now. It was this clip. Okay? This comment. Where is it? Let me find it. Let's find this clip. Is this one? Okay? Look at this. This was from November 27th. Okay? And right, watch this. This was about the Afghan guy that shot the National Guard people. And Trump, out of the blue, starts talking about Somalians and Minnesota. Okay, November 27th. Watch this clip.
Many of these people are criminals. Many of these people are people that shouldn't be here. And many of them have been gotten out. I mean, we've gotten out a lot of the people that, we've taken a lot of them out of here. But they came in legally, right? Yeah, I know. The old story. Many are wonderful. Yeah, I'm sure.
I said many are here legally, though. What should they think in terms of their prospects?
Well, they can't be happy, okay? They can't be happy. Because what's taking place between that, if you look at Somalia, they're taking over Minnesota. And we got a lot of problems with the gangs, with all of the things taking place in Minnesota. We have an incompetent governor.
So wait, he's talking about the Afghan people that came over, the Afghan shooter, and all of a sudden he just throws Somalians and Minnesota in there on November 27th. All right, now watch the reporter.
Dope. We have a dope governor. They can't be happy about what's going on. And if you talk about the Afghans, there's a problem because so many bad ones came in on the planes. They just walked on. Whoever the strongest people were physically in a way, but whoever the strongest, they got on the planes. There was no checking. They just swamped the planes. They took off. We had no idea who they were. Yeah, do you want to ask a question behind?
Me? Hi, sir. Happy
Sure.
Thanksgiving.
Hi.
What do the Somalians have to do with this Afghan guy who shot the National Guard?
Nothing, but Somalians have caused a lot of trouble. They're ripping us off for a lot of money. There's a tremendous amount of money going back to Somalia. What the hell are we paying money to Somalia for? But they're ripping off our country at a level that few people have been able to see before. Mm-hmm. That's about the only thing. You talk about competence. We have Ilhan Omar.
Okay, so now watch, guys, because the federal government has been investigating this Medicare fraud. Like, I don't know where they're investigating it nationwide, but so they know where these investigations are. But on November 27th, while talking about the Afghan shooter, Trump starts talking about Somalians ripping us off. Somalia, and the reporter is even like, what do Somalians have to do with this Afghan guy? Then the next thing that happens is Mike Lindell announces he's running for governor in Minnesota. Okay? So November 27th, you have Trump going to Somalia. And then Mike Lindell announces he's running for governor on December 11th. Okay? So 2 weeks after, right? 2 weeks after Trump does the Somalia thing, Mike Lindell says, I'm running for governor of Minnesota. So Trump talks about Somalia and Minnesota, the governor, the terrible governor. Mike Lindell, 2 weeks later, announces, I'm running for governor. Right now, what are we? We're 2 weeks after this. 18 days later, right? 16 days later, it's been a couple days. Nick Shirley goes and films that content in Minnesota, and it just blows up on Twitter. Not an accident, by the way. Okay? Now, what is going on now? In the middle of the Epstein dump, they're rejuvenating their MAGA base with what? With racism. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. No, Somalians are ripping you off. Now look what happened. After the Nick Shirley thing comes out, look what they did today, guys. Today, somebody went to the Google page of that learning center, the one that was misspelled, Leering Center. They went to the Google page and they changed the phone number on the Google page, which you can do. They changed the phone number to Tim Walz's office. So today you had Benny Johnson and every other right-wing influencer posting this content. Okay, look at this. Like everything in here now is Somalia. Look at all of Benny Johnson's Somalia, 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 Somalia. But look at what Benny Johnson did. Where is it? Let me find it. Right here he is. He's now they're expanding it to Washington State. Okay, they are now like going to every state and like examining all black owned, all Somalian or foreign owned entities anywhere. It is, but they're only doing it in the blue states, really, guys, right? For the most part, they're looking at Washington. They're looking at Minnesota. They're going to look at California. Okay. Why Washington? Because a socialist just won the mayorship in Washington. Okay. And they very badly want to flip Washington. Okay. They're trying to flip blue states. But look at what Benny Johnson posted. I just tested this personally, and it's completely true. Calling Sweet Angel Childcare in Minnesota immediately connects you to Tim Walz's office. Okay? Now, so what they did is their direct coordination between these fraudulent centers and Walz. This needs full investigation. Someone went online and they changed the online phone number to Tim Walz's office. Yes, this is, guys, this is a midterm push. So now they're like creating this whole, oh my God, Somalia. Oh, now here's where it gets wild. Because for the last 5 years, Donald Trump has been saying, hey guys, you know why you can't buy a house? Right? You know why you can't fucking get a job? You know why you don't have any money? It's because of these immigrants coming from Mexico and coming from South America. That's been their tagline. You know it has. And now they've deported a bunch of people and nothing has changed. Well, look at what 𝗤𝗄𝗃 was doing today. All right? 𝗤𝗄. Remember, she's the new like Zionist Benjamin Netanyahu, like Trump fan. We saw her arguing with Cenk Uygur. Look at what she did today. And I bet you're going to start hearing this from other people. But look at her thing today. You ready? Look at this. Watch this.
This scandal is totally appalling, but it is also unsurprising. And that's because it's a microcosm of what ails the Democratic elites. That's our Why It Matters segment for the night. The latest revelations join others in which suspected Somali fraudsters stole more than $9 billion in federal funds from 14 state-run agencies dating back to 2018. Somali Americans make up 89% of the defendants charged.
Hey, guys, who was president in 2018, guys? Just out of curiosity, who was president when these Somalians came to America and started defrauding us? Just curious, 2018.
The absolute scale of the fraud just beggars belief. Where were the spot checks? Where were the officials? It seems totally impossible that the Democratic leadership was not somehow in on this. Just think about how outrageous this is. You are wondering whether you can afford to have another child because childcare is so expensive. Meanwhile, a group of Somalis in Minnesota got $110 million for childcare centers that don't exist.
See, again, though, like none of these numbers are confirmed. This $9 billion is not confirmed. I mean, again, though, the fraudsters, whether they're Somalians or whether they're Brett Favre and Tate Reeves and Rick Scott, all of the fraudsters should be put away. But guys, look at this. You can't afford another kid because Somalians, okay? The Somalian fraudsters are why you can't afford to have a kid, right? Childcare is so expensive. I mean, dude, childcare, I'm not sure this fraud is the center of childcare being expensive, because why are private childcare people so expensive? I mean, childcare is expensive. Don't get me wrong. This fraud should absolutely be punished. But like, my God, we have so much fraud in Medicare from billing, United Health, Rick Scott, Tate Reeves, and Brett Favre, and whoever else is looting like welfare funds at the state level. We have no idea how many state agencies are looting government programs when they never expanded Medicaid under Obamacare, right? And you know what I'm saying? I mean, my God, Ron DeSantis's wife, Casey, defrauding her fucking super PACs and shit. You had the Trump kids defrauding cancer charities. I mean, fraud is like a massive problem. But now, right, look at this. You can't afford a home, but 100 Somalis spent millions of your taxpayer dollars on luxury properties. You're paying $30K a year for terrible health care. Look at what she's done. In this one report, guys, she is saying your child care, Somalis, you can't buy a house, is no longer the illegal immigrants. Now it's Somalis. 100 Somalis are why you can't buy a house, and you have bad health care. Not because the Republicans don't have a health care plan and they've gutted Obamacare, but because Somalis, right? You see what they're doing? Now this is like literally 1, 2, 3, okay? Trump starts talking about Somalis in a random press conference. Everyone's like, why he's talking about Somalis? Then there's the N-word thing where that woman calls Somalis N-words. They raise her a couple $100,000. Was she paid to do that? I don't know. Was that Give, Send, Go like funded in order to pay her to create that thing? Right? Because they know that these Somali investigations have been undertaken by the Biden DOJ. And then next thing you know, they send in Nick Shirley. Elon pumps that shit up. Now they're changing phone numbers. Voila. Now they have their 2026 campaign. It's no longer about the brown immigrants from South America. It's about the Somalis, which also keys into anti-Muslim sentiment, which also keys into these blue states. The Democrat elites are looting you. Forget about Epstein. We have a crisis. You can't buy a home and your health care is damaged because of these Somali people. 1, 2, 3, guys. This is literally their entire, it's like you can see them on a whiteboard just planning out their 2026 campaign. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that fucking nuts, guys? That is like, and this is their fucking boom. It's their an extension of DEI. It's DEI point 2. And now what I wonder is are we going to see these talking points spread across other right-wing influencers? Because all of this shit was literally blamed on Mexicans and people from South America 1 year ago. Right? And so they are like, they are, I feel like they are coordinating their media, guys. Right? You have to be an idiot to believe all that. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't think this is going to buy in, right? I don't think this is going to buy in on a greater thing. But, you know, whether it works or not, I mean, Mike Lindell is definitely probably not going to win in Minnesota. But they are trying to shift the narrative. They are trying to shift the narrative from after deporting the gardeners and the workers and the construction workers and the people working in restaurants. They deported all these people and had no impact on the economy. The national debt is increasing. The prices are going up. A million jobs have been lost. And so now they're trying to pivot their immigration and their anti-woke attack to something that maybe will stick. And so now they're blaming it on the Somalian people. 100 people, even if they looted millions and spent millions on luxury real estate, 100 people buying luxury real estate is not, how is that any different than, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos using the tax money we give them right in their tax credits to buy luxury real estate. It's not, okay? But like, this is fucking gnarly. This is fucking gnarly, though. They are like being so obvious. They're being so obvious, guys. Right? You can just call it BS without having to debunk. No, you can't. No, you cannot, Chris. You need to wake up, boss. You cannot ignore this shit. You have to be debunking always. You cannot say, oh, if we just call it BS, because there's a lot of low information voters in middle America, guys. Okay? So like this shit is like you have to be actively debunking always. Okay? And again, though, there's a lot of like, this is not the only corruption. Okay? This is not the only corruption, guys. I mean, there are many factions, okay? There are many factions that are fucking, like taking advantage of like, looting things, because at the same time, dance party goal, let's go, proud liberal. So look, oh shit, hold on. Oh, I see. Hold on, I gotta set up my, I gotta do something here real quick because I reboosted. Oh, fuck, dude, it's making me link. Dude, what the fuck? Why do I have to link this shit again? Hold on. Hold on here. Let me. I gotta fix my thing real quick here. Let's go. Dude, I don't know why I keep having to do this WebSocket shit. Yeah, so the thing about this, guys, is the fraud in Minnesota. This started being investigated like 10 years ago, and they have already convicted people, okay? They have already convicted people. And again, though, like, dude, the thing about this is like, all right, hold on. Dude. Dude, what the fuck is going on with my... Give me 1 sec here. Something's going on with my stream deck here. Let me get this going here. All right. All right. Candace now works for the corrupt. Dude, some shit is freaking out, bro. I got to get my fucking shit working here. All right, just so you know, guys, the stream is going to cut out for 1 sec here. Okay, hang tight. Hang tight. Because something is freezing up here. And so give me 1 sec, all right? And I think stream is going to cut out for 1 sec. All right, there we go. We're back. Let's go. All right, let me see if I can get this thing functioning now. All right. Huh. This is not fucking working for some reason. Try that. Have to rewire, dude. I like technology, bro. I've been having weird Stream Deck issues lately that I'm not exactly sure why. Where like Stream Deck has been losing communication with has been losing communication with the Stream Deck itself, and I'm not exactly sure why that's been going on. And now it's just not, it's like some WebSocket thing. It's just a Stream Deck thing where Stream Deck has been losing communication Oh, that's why. Okay. All right, hold on. Let me try updating this real quick. Did I check? Yes, it's plugged in. Dude, these things are bus powered. Dude, it's so annoying, bro. All right, there we go. Give me 1 sec here. Oh, shit. All right. There we go. This has nothing to do with the USBs, right? Oh, got you. All right. All right, hold on. Shit, I may have to do this fucking afterwards. Hold on. The stream's gonna go down for 1 more second, and then I'll be right back. Hang tight, okay? Let's go. We're back. All right. Now, I hope this works. If this doesn't work, I'm going to leave it and we're going to continue without this. All right, there we go. There we go. Yes! Aha! We got it! Dude, no, there was like a Steam Deck update that for whatever reason didn't go through. That was fucking up. They moved, they changed the way they like connect the thing, and they changed some of the button features too, the way the shit looked. Like they did some kind of major update. So it was not connecting to the WebSocket in OBS. But the reason why I did that, guys, is because we got to have Elon, bro. You know what I'm saying? We got to have Elon, all right? All right, hold on. Let's go, let's go. There we go. All right. Let's go! F47 and Elon. Thank you, Disturbed. All right, now somebody had called before we got distracted by that. Somebody had asked for a dance party goal. Let's get it going. Sorry, guys. I can't do the stream without Elon. I'll do some research and try to figure out why that's been happening lately, if there's something other than the update. But I'll do a little off-stream research. We'll get that sorted out so we don't have to waste 5 minutes. But there we go. Dance party goal. Let's go, baby. All right. Dude, proud liberal, you did. Yes. There it is. But we must have Elon. If we can't smash Elon, there's no reason in fucking being around. But anyway, to finish up where we left off is like, as you can see, okay, they are trying to spin. Let's FNG. Let's go. Thank you, Disturbed. Guys, they're trying to spin this. They're trying to bring us back to an actionable, like, campaign. I mean, they're looking for their campaign issue, guys. Okay? Stop the stupidity. Let's go. And again, the thing about this that is so complicated, dude, Paula, let's go. The thing that is so complicated about this, guys, is it toes some lines. Okay? Elon's a creep. Let's dance. He is indeed. Thank you, Killer. It toes some lines because A, we do want to punish fraudsters. Of course we do. But B, every Somalian person is not a fraudster. Okay? Every person committing fraud is not necessarily a terrorist or whatever, et cetera, right? And we also want to be prosecuting white people who commit fraud because literally, guys, on the same fucking day, I know she said 100 people, but on the same day, guys, look at this, okay? Dude, this guy, a $1.2 billion nursing home fraud scheme, and Trump fucking pardoned his ass, okay? Dude, Trump is pardoning Medicare fraudsters. He is pardoning government fraudsters. He is pardoning people who have looted the financial systems. Like, he is pardoning, like, major, like, fraudsters that make these Somalians look like small potatoes. Okay? And in addition, guys, you ready? Doge never went to the Pentagon. Okay? The Pentagon is like trillions in fraud. And Doge never went to the Pentagon. And yes, these people are buying pardons. They're buying pardons. It's like $6 million a pardon or something. So, guys, we got our work cut out for us. We do. We got our work cut out for us. Why didn't Elon find this daycare fraud? Dude, this daycare fraud has been investigated for 10 years, guys. This is like old hat, okay? You love Vivian? Yeah, we do. We all love Vivian, right? Elon's trans daughter. She's pretty amazing. But this, at least in Minnesota, one of these cases is already closed. They already convicted people. Right now, they're investigating others, and there should be. I mean, guys, here's the thing, okay? The thing is this: biggest fraudster is the president right now. There's no doubt about that. Thank you. Stop the stupidity. So one thing though that we do have to be aware of is that I think a part of this is just the problems with the way the government doesn't have any fraud controls on dispersing money, okay? And before, though, guys, it wasn't even just Medicare. I mean, the Medicare and Medicaid have been getting defrauded since the beginning of time, right? All the way back to Rick Scott in the 90s and his $1.7 billion fine. But it goes deeper, guys, because even with Trump, with PPP loans, they put the PPP loans out without any fraud controls. So the PPP loans got completely looted as well, okay? And that was done during Trump as well, okay? And yes, they've gotten rid of like the inspector general and everything that looks into fraud. All the people that look for fraud are gone. I mean, this has been a recurring sort of Republican thing where they remove oversight and they eradicate any type of oversight so this fraud can happen. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, this shit, it doesn't happen in a vacuum. You know what I'm saying? This shit does not happen in a vacuum. Hold on, I want to make sure and see if my clip went through. Okay. All right, I do have that one. All right, perfect. Perfect. All right, good. Right? You know, so like, dude, it's a 10-year-old investigation, approximately 50 charge, but pops up now. Yeah, well, it's popping up now for a purpose, guys. This is the eating the cats. This is the eating the dogs. Now, the thing that I wonder about this, though, is I'm not sure about the timing. Like, they may have started this too soon. But what they're going to do, though, is now this is going to spread, okay? Because now what's going to happen, and you're already seeing it with, you know, when we looked at Benny Johnson, right? We looked at Benny Johnson, where you're already seeing it with this, okay? Where this is now going to spread across the right wing, because look what he was posting today. He was posting about Washington State, okay? Look at this. He said there's 5,000 child care facilities in Washington State. 500 of them are Somali run, right? And it's saying, right? So what they're doing is now they have various like right-wing influencers that are going to start finding every Somalian like owned whatever, daycare, healthcare, right? And so now they're starting the guilt by existence, okay? Because obviously all they have to do is say, oh my God, there's 50 Somali daycares with no physical address, right? We don't even know if that's true. But like, who's going to take the time of your average voter, okay, to look, and every time they post 50 Somalis with no address, you're going to go hunt down and check out the address of everyone. You're going to go verify that they're all open, right? So now what they're doing is they're going to create the suspicion of everything Somali is crooked. And so they're just going to start posting content of like, look, we found this Somali crooked, even if it's not crooked. And they're going to create a deluge of content. And you watch, guys. I bet we are going to be inundated with this content. In about a month, we are going to be inundated with this. And they are going to specifically, because Tim Walz is a national figure. He was the VP of Kamala Harris. He's running for governor again. So he is running for governor. So they're going to try to put Trump on the ticket by focusing this around Tim Walz. Okay. This is, and yes, I'm certain they're probably going to try to like, hey, all the Latinos that we just arrested, all your people and destroyed your communities. Whoa. Well, forget about that for now, because now we got this new common enemy of, right, the Somalians, right? They're going to try to redirect all of that angst about their failed immigration stuff to Somalians. That's what's happening, guys. This is the current new battle. Now, there is also the fact that, you know, we have this, okay? This story dropped today as well, right? Look at that, dude. A firm tied to Kristi Noem got money from a $220 million DHS ad contracts. So what we're actually dealing with is Trump's administration right now are committing fraud, right? In addition, you know what I'm saying? In addition to what's happening with fucking right? In addition to what's happening with the crypto and what's about to happen in Gaza, where Trump's family and his buddies are going to loot, and they're looting all over the Middle East, and him getting a $400 million plane. Everybody in his administration has their hand in the till, guys. Everybody does. Dude, let's go. Blue states need to bring charges so they can't get a pardon. F47 and his crime buddies. Yeah, I mean, first things first. We gotta win the House, guys. Right? This shit ain't gonna work. There's some interest, but there's not gonna be enough interest. Yeah, see, I don't know, Kim. I would like to believe that it's not gonna work, but we're gonna have to work very hard at being alert and getting good information out there on social media, because you gotta remember they own some of the biggest social media networks. And those guys, Zuckerberg and Bezos and right, I mean, Bezos is the Washington Post, but Zuckerberg and Bezos and Elon, all of the billionaires are working for Trump at this point. Okay. They do have the bullhorns for sure. And they have the incentive. They do not want to pay taxes, right? I mean, you see it. They're also with that, the 5% billionaire tax. They're trying to weaponize that the Democrats are going to raise your taxes. The only thing they did do was these tax cuts. I mean, yeah, they don't want AI regulated, of course. But dude, this is fucking, it's going to get dirty, guys. Because the thing that worries me about this, guys, is I want to believe that people aren't this dumb, but racism in America, like covers a lot of ground. Okay? It does. For the low information white independent voter in middle America, racism, like it travels. It really does. I mean, we're a country that was literally founded on racism. Like all of our systems, our real estate, our schools, our finance, everything, policing, our justice system, it's all, like grew out of the roots of racism. So when they find a good racism angle, it's very, very hard to combat, right? Because if you defend the Somali people and say, hey, stop being racist, they're like, oh, you don't want to prosecute fraud, right? And so it's very delicate, It is very delicate. It's very delicate because the people that they're attacking, the Somalian people, they have no institutional power in America, guys. They have zero institutional power. Like if they attack black people, there's a lot of powerful black people, but the only Somalian powerful person in America right now is basically Ilhan Omar, and she's a Muslim woman, which it's easy to feed her to the Christian middle as well as a danger. Okay. And so you have the combination, the Somalians have the dark skin, so they can use the black racism, even though they're not black technically, right? But they can use that black racism and fuse it with Islamophobia. And it is a very, very like effective mode of attack. And their chosen attack. But I guarantee you guys, this feels like it was cooked up by Chris Rufo, okay? It does. This feels, if, Chris Rufo is this fucking guy, okay? This guy who works for the Manhattan Institute. He's one of the big Manhattan Institute guys. And he is the guy who came up with the fucking, right? I mean, he blocked me. Right? He blocked me because I called him out for lying about Harvard on his social media handles. Because he didn't go to Harvard. He went to Harvard Extension, but he represents it as though he got a degree from Harvard because he's a fucking sneak. And that was, the end of the line. You point that shit out and he will block you. But this is the guy, okay? This is the guy who came up with the CRT campaign, okay? This is the guy who came up with the CRT and the DEI campaigns. This is one of Stephen Miller's guys who, along with his other associates at the Manhattan Institute, they started attacking CRT, and they started it in Florida with Ron DeSantis. But these are the guys that are doing, right? These are the guys that are doing these are the guys that are doing the nationwide sort of, PR racism-based campaigns. May Money, you're going to NOAA, party with Don Lemon for NYE. Let's go. Gonna fly out, party, fly back to Oakland like Cinderella, share stories. 2026 is gonna be rough. I mean, it's gonna be crazy, right? It's gonna be crazy, boss. Let's go. Thank you, May Money. Dude, and to the person that's sitting there in the chat, like, dude, no one person has a fucking solution for this shit, boss. You know what I mean? When you're saying, are you offering a solution? Dude, there's not a single solution. That's the problem. When you have a smear, when you're dealing with racism, the solution, there is no solution to racism other than like education, which is rat fucked. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, do you have a solution to racism? You got to counter racism with the solution to racism. Like, come on, man. Don't be a dumbass. You know what I mean? And again, though, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like there isn't a simple solution to this, guys, because the problem is somebody said it earlier. Racism is easy. Okay, this is the same shit you face with like the influencers of like Andrew Tate. Okay, so when Andrew Tate goes to a bunch of teenagers and says, you know what? Hey guys, Andrew Tate goes to the kids and says, hey, if you behave like me, you're going to have millions and you're going to have power and you're going to be a badass and you're going to be a king. All you got to do is like stick with me. Okay. And so to a young people who want to be kings, they want to have millions of dollars, and it's easy. You go hang out, you just become of that set, you start fucking mimicking what your other gamer friends are doing. All of a sudden you have friends, you're in the middle of a crowd, you have gamer buddies in your headset, boom, bap, you're in the club, right? Now going to them and saying, hey guys, healing and getting educated and learning about racism and doing anti-racism work, all of that is work, okay? All of that is work. The problem, the reason why it's so hard to have a solution to combat this is because racism it triggers on people's base fears, okay? And people's base fears, they want a soothing solution that requires no work, especially in the world of our internet, right? And what's more though is there's not a one-stop fits all solution for this, right? You know what I'm saying? Like even if you think about how are we going to campaign? How are we going to combat a campaign full of lies about like Somalians and fraud in Minnesota? Okay, and now they project that across 50 states. Like, ooh, it's the Muslims taking over, and they're gonna Sharia law, right? And they're defrauding. That's why you can't buy a home. People are like, oh shit, it wasn't the fucking Mexican immigrants after all. It was these Somalian terrorist Muslim fraudsters that are really causing the problem. Now, the way to combat that is by educating them. You know what I'm saying? And by fighting the misinformation. So they get some facts. They're seeing, contrasting narratives that they at least have access to some information. Okay. Now you can say to them, hey, one of the solutions of this, guys, would just be Medicare for all, right? Of course, Medicare for all and a unified 50-state singular way of paying out people's medical uses, and then having a team that goes and monitors fraud in all 50 states, but you have one medical system with one form of payment. Like, dude, that would be a very effective way of combating all this fraud. You could even have all the things on the blockchain. You know what I'm saying? You could have all the like blockchain it, so there's no way to, obfuscate the information. However, Medicare for all is this giant scary term because it's communism or it's socialism, right? So like I honestly, I don't have an answer of how you win this battle. I mean, I wish I did. You know what I'm saying? I wish I did have an answer. But I will say this though. Here's what I do know from my own personal experience. Solutions start with impeaching Don the Con. Okay, so one thing I know is like I said, I had an authoritarian father, okay, who tried to like separate you. He tried to keep you away from friends or like the outside. He isolated you and he tried to control the narrative of like who you are and what your value was in order to like control, okay? Like control and domination was his primary power. And then he tried to limit your scope in order to like control you. And the way that I like survived that and conquered that was by constantly fighting against every facet of his control. Okay. I mean, I didn't have a fix. I was a kid. There was no fix, but it does require like fighting. Like one of the things that I feel like, and I've said this before, thank you, Stop the Stupidity, is I believe that we have to become participatory, guys. And in the same way that you have like 𝗙𝗢𝗟, okay, who does her platform of like here, like 𝗙𝗢𝗟 will talk about, ooh, the Somalis did it. And Benny Johnson's going to say, ooh, the Somalis did it. I think all of us have to participate in the re-education. Like we all have to become left-wing content creators to a degree. Like we all have to use our social medias, our individual, even if we only have 20 followers, we have to use our social medias to be combating their misinformation with the truth. And we have to break their lies. Like if a million people with 20 followers is 20 million followers, okay? And don't underestimate the power of that. They are fundamentally lazy, okay? This is the thing I do know about the right wing, the MAGA. They are fundamentally lazy, guys. Okay, window is closing. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. Oh, are we talking? Yeah, we got 6 minutes, guys. We need 8 and 6 to get this dance party secured. So the thing about this is, dude, dashboard, I am starting something real, right? When you say stop just talking about fear, what do you think I'm doing here? Like, what I am, this is real, okay? I am starting something real. But anyway, back to my point. They are fundamentally lazy, okay? They are fundamentally lazy, guys. Dude, stop stupidity, let's go. And so by nature, the right wing relies on their like 100 million like followers from their 50 content creators to do the hard lifting, okay? Now, the important thing is we need to online battle this, okay? That you also should be getting involved locally where you can with your local DSA or your local Democratic Party. You should be doing phone banks. You should be door knocking if you can, right? Whatever you can do. But guys, we have to be fighting the online war, okay? This is the thing that something happened after the pandemic, okay, where the left-wing people stopped fighting the online war. And I don't know why we did this. Snow puppies pitch in, let's go, right? The left-wing people, they literally stopped fighting online. We used to be very active online. We used to be very active at going after people who were spreading disinformation. We used to be very active at canceling people and taking it to people who were misbehaving. Then during the pandemic, they bought a social media network. They fucking definitely like worked it during the pandemic when people were isolated and their fear stuff started to take hold. And the thing about this is they definitely got the advantage during the pandemic, okay? They got a toehold of that fear thing, and they definitely got the upper hand. But what I started seeing from the left, a lot of the left, dude, Disturbed, let's go, is a lot of people on the left started having the attitude of like, why are you amplifying that? Why are you elevating that? Why are you bothering to respond to that? Like, we need to just not activate this fight. If you fight with these people, you're giving them oxygen. And guys, that's a problem. That is a problem because you don't understand that narratives, the battle is won out in the streets, and we can't not be in the streets. We can't not be organizing out in the real world. We have to. We have to be doing the protests and the phone banking and the door knocking and all of that stuff. Okay, you do have to be activating that. You know what I mean? And right? And dude, Dashboard, start the Million Man March, boss. Like, get on it. You know what I'm saying? Dude, start it. And if you build that snowball, it will happen. But guys, we have to be fighting the online war, okay? Because the online is where all the negative information is spreading. Okay? And sure, you can combat that shit by going door to door, but there's not enough manpower to go to every door. Okay? We have to be responsible online. You know what I'm saying? Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. All right, we're down the last couple minutes. 2, 1 left. Let's go. We got this. Easy peasy. Disturbed. There it is. 20. Oh. You get tired though? I know, baby. I know. It's just hard. It is just fucking hard, okay? It is fucking hard. You're in the Twitter trenches. I know, I'm in the Twitter trenches as well. And I mean, guys, I know that Twitter is nasty, and I know that a bunch of people left Twitter for Blue Sky, and I totally understand, dude. Remembering the Tim Scott, it's the Rick Scott fraud. You're right. You're so bad at remembering details. It is the Rick Scott fraud. I love that, Katie. Thank you. Let's go. Dude, I know everybody left Twitter. A bunch of people went to Blue Sky. But you know what I've noticed, guys? I've noticed some people coming back to Twitter, like Parker Malloy and others. And I really like that because Blue Sky doesn't need us. Twitter needs us. Okay? None of the misinformation is spreading on Blue Sky. So Blue Sky is good. You go there, you take care of your mental health, you find your allies, but like we need to be on Twitter too, and Facebook and Instagram. I feel like what I want to do in 2026, I've been on Twitter and YouTube. I think I'm going to try to ramp up my content onto TikTok and Instagram as well. Instagram, Facebook, so I can insert myself. And I already said I'm going back to streaming gaming like one day a week to reinsert my voice into the gaming community to bring energy back. And I realize that we sort of have to try to be everywhere. You know what I mean? It's like hard because we do need, if you can take it, we do need people that are in those negative spaces and are actively combating their shit. Okay? Because, like I said, the battle and the elections are won out on the street. And so if anywhere you can get involved locally, whether it's organizing your community to vote or working with your local DSA or working with your local Democratic office or phone banking or doing that shit, or if you can give money, right, to important races, or if you want to help, who's the person in chat who's talking about local Dashboard, right? Dashboard, you should hook up with Dashboard in my Discord, and you guys should start planning the Million Man March. And honestly, Dashboard, that's what I'm saying. Like, instead of like going to Midas Touch and going here and saying, oh, we need to activate the Million Man March, if that is something that your passion is for, like, literally get in my Discord and find other people in my Discord that have that same passion, and you guys can reach out to like No Kings and reach out to like protest organizations and like start working on that. Like you literally can do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, because you got to find your passion, right? Like, my passion is to build on the internet, to attack on the internet, to fight misinformation on Twitter, to fight misinformation by doing YouTube videos and fucking, right? And networking with allies in the online space. Okay. I do a little bit of real world, but most of my work is done online because that's where my passion is. But you, if real world is your cup of tea, like, you need to start that. Okay. You need to be proactive, like all of us, not just Dashboard. When I say you, I mean all of you. Like, whether your passion is online or if it's in your neighborhood, organizing, voting, making sure disabled people and the older people can get to the polls, like, whatever like sets your passion, you need to, like, you take charge. Don't wait for somebody to start a Million Man March. You go and try it. And what's great about it is, if you try to start a Million Man March, even if you fail, you will generate the energy that will find its way to the people that can succeed at it, right? It's like, if you build it, it will come if you keep going. And I mean, I've been witnessing this even in my transition online. Okay, dude, Elite, what's up, brother? And what up, Tony? Let's go. And like, for example, when I switched from gaming to politics, I like lost all my reach. Dude, I was losing Twitter followers by the thousands. Every time I would gain new followers, I had no reach because I was losing more than I was gaining. And I kept going down. And for the better part of 2 years, I had no online reach at all via my Twitter. Like, none. Dude, zero. I would tweet all day long with like one fucking interaction, or it would be seen by like 20 people. And after years of just doing that and then starting to make videos and shit, now my reach is expanding online. You know what I'm saying? And I literally spend like 16 hours a day, 18 hours a day, every day, like attacking the online portion of it. Okay. And because I like that, right? My energy, it like suits me. I'm really good in that online space. And doing that, I don't have a lot of time to do the real world. In the real world, I usually throw money. Jenny will do phone banking and shit, right? But it does, right? It does like require us to participate. And a lot of us, though, a lot of left-wingers got sort of non-participatory after the pandemic. And I'm not sure why that is. I don't know if it started feeling fruitless because of, you know, Trump gaining steam, and they definitely got the upper hand on some of these culture war issues, exacerbating people's fear during the pandemic. And there's a lot of bullies and shit, but I encourage us to find a space, okay? To find a space where you have a passion, and then to actually like believe that you can build that thing and start moving toward it. You know, I think it's really important, guys. It's really important, our involvement, because like I said, even with the online, okay, they have a bunch of people with 3 million followers, and they have, you know, right? They have, you know, if you looked at it, they probably have 300 million followers among their accounts, but many of them are probably bots. Dude, elite, let's go. But so if 100 people have 300 million followers, okay, and 100 million people have, 100 followers, right? Or 100 million people have fucking 20 followers. Like the 100 million people with 20 followers have more reach than the 100 people with 3 million followers each, right? I think like we actually have more reach than we think. I mean, I think a lot of people feel intimidated by the scale, okay? Right? The scale, okay? You think, oh, what can I do, right? What can I do when Libs of TikTok has 3 million followers? But like 1 million people in the replies of Libs of TikTok is like, if they have 20 followers each, they're now correcting Libs of TikTok to 20 million people, right? Dude, love you. Even got wife starting to like your channel. Can I say hi, Laura? Hi, Laura. Dude, I love you too, boss. And I know you had a whole bunch of comments, so I'm sure I missed a whole bunch of shit you were saying. And I'm sorry about that too, guys. Let me just tell you, when I zero in, if I zero in on one thing you say and I go running down a rabbit hole with it, I hope you don't take it too personal, because I know you guys are leaving like 20 comments to the one I see. So I'm probably missing a lot of context often. And I apologize if I if I throw you under the context bus, right? Dude, it just gets hairy, because I'm jumping into a conversation where I see one of your comments and I jump on it, but like that could be the 30th piece of a longer story that I've missed everything. But dude, the thing about it is though, is like, I want us to stop being intimidated by the scale. Okay. And that I think is really important. Mo Sasha loves you. All right, let's go. Please say the words, Mo, Sasha loves you. Let's go. Dude, who's Mo? Who's Sasha? But what I want to see, guys, is I want to see people on the left no longer intimidated by scale. Okay? We are intimidated by scale always. All right? Because people get like freaked out, like for example, we get into the arguments like about Hakeem Jeffries or whatever. Oh, we got to get rid of the Speaker of the House. And it's like, sure, there's no doubt we need a better Speaker of the House. But you don't start at the top. You don't start by flipping the leader of the Speaker of the House, because if you don't have anybody under him to fill that space, you're wasting the scale. The scale starts at the bottom. Okay. We need more progressive candidates to win. Okay, which means we need to full-throated support and grassroots support of people, right? We need to keep fighting AIPAC to where AIPAC money becomes a bad thing. And then we need you to run, or people to run who could run. And we need to build this from the scale. We need to scale it from the small thing, okay? And just get more progressive people as county commissioners, on the school boards, in your local city council. And then once they start taking action and they start building it, get some progressive people in Congress, okay? And know that like Hakeem Jeffries, when the time is right, he will get replaced, okay? He will. The people at the top will get replaced when we fill the bottom, okay? And the scale is we always want to like work at the top, but like the top really isn't the important part, guys. The important part is the bottom. And let me just tell you, man, like even with YouTube, I know I bring everything back to YouTube because I literally, my whole life right now is YouTube. And I'm sorry, when you're building a channel, that's just the way it is. But like, I don't focus on the video that gets 400,000 views. And I don't make a video that tries to get 400,000 views. I spend my time trying to make videos that are speaking to the people that like follow me day to day. Okay. I spend the time just making a consistent bed of content based on the messaging I want to do, but speaking to the people that are currently watching me. And then you don't worry. The big things come when they come, and the big things take care of themselves when they take care of themselves. But it's important for me to be able to make a whole bunch of videos that only get 2,000 views without losing my passion. Okay. If I go through a couple of months where I make all these videos and I don't grow at all, and in fact, I lose some followers, I need to not quit. I need to not stop believing in myself during those periods. So we, as democratic, like fascist fighters here in America, we have to think about that too. And we have to like not worry so much about like, oh, Chuck Schumer's damaging us. It's like, yeah, he is. And he's probably going to get primaried, but our focus needs to be on how do we get through the day-to-day participating in fighting the right-wing disinformation machine without feeling hopeless. How can we do that job every day and still remain passionate and excited and hopeful and knowing that we can win? Knowing, okay? You have to like know it. And if you don't know it, you have to fake it until you make it. Because I'm telling you right now, guys, I know that I can beat fascism. I know it. I've already done it. I've already survived my fucking authoritarian father. I know I can beat fascism. I've taken down bosses. I have like gone into work networks and changed them. Like, I know I can do it. And I know you can do it too. We all have that power. It's like, in a way, when you think about it, Kitty, let's go. In a way, guys, we're hardwired for this work. Okay, we all grow up with parents who control us, and they're taking care of us, but they set the rules, they make us toe the line, they punish us if we make a mistake, and we eventually shed the reins and say, fuck you, mom and dad, I'm gonna go live on my own, and you go out and live your own damn life, despite how they tried to like affect you. We are like bred, like fighting fascism and breaking the chains is literally like teenagers rebelling against their parents and going out and being their own person. We're literally hardwired for this fight, guys. May Money, we have to work together. My puny channel is the Millennial Gaze. I try to reach out to people like you. Hope is nothing without action. Do something. Yes, do something. Let's go. You know what I mean? It's like we fucking, you know, I feel like we're up for this fight. Okay. And the misinformation is hard. It's like a new thing, guys. It's a new thing, but I will say this, okay? I feel like the internet fucking affords us a lot of opportunity that we didn't have. Because when I was a kid, looking at like Michael Dukakis and looking at the shit they did with like Al Gore, we used to not have a way to combat misinformation, right? Misinformation or their smear campaigns, their swift boating, all of this shit would end up, right? This shit would end up in the mainstream media and in the newspapers, and then it just festered. But the individual person couldn't really do so much to combat it, except to maybe take on the people, you know, in their little town. They'd have to argue with the people in their town. And we had far less power. But like with the internet, guys, with the internet, every single one of us is a potential viral, like, you know, takedown of misinformation. Every one of us, every post you post on Twitter or Blue Sky or Facebook has a potential to have 1 million people see it. Everyone does. Like, there's viral potential in there, right? Like social media is now a very effective tool for like altering the narratives. And you know, I guess if there's one thing we can take from this discussion is I want you guys to like, you know, do some internal searching with yourselves and see what you need to do to not feel like they're taking over, okay? Because I encounter this information a lot where I see a lot of people that are constantly like, man, they're not going to give up power. Man, we're already cooked. And so then they don't want to get involved. They feel like getting involved or combating it online or getting into the fight is a waste of energy because it's already over. And we need to like watch that aspect in ourselves. And we all struggle with it, guys. I mean, I'll be the first to admit it's, Jenny can attest. It's real hard for me to make content when I'm making a bunch of videos and they're getting like 3,000 views, right? And they're, right? It's hard. It is hard. And what I've tried to do is when that happens, when the numbers go down like that and the growth restricts, I try to make more, okay? I try to make more when I'm getting no big response. That was a thing I'd said recently. I said, you know what? Because normally when that happens, I would just say like, oh, fuck it. I'm not going to make a third video today, right? And so, right? And so I like am trying to, when it gets difficult, I'm trying to increase output during the difficult times, right? Increase and, explore, like, take that time to like, look at other people's content, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I think participation is the key. And I think what Dashboard said about getting out in the real world is the key too. Like we do need people in the real world. Okay. The Dems, when you look at it, the Dems in the Jay Jones thing, okay, the Jay Jones situation is the thing that I'm looking at. There's two of them really, guys, that I think need to be our models. And that is the Wisconsin Supreme Court race and the Jay Jones situation. Okay, now the Wisconsin Supreme Court case was right after the election, and it was that special election for the Supreme Court justice, and Elon Musk was wearing a cheese head and giving away $1 million, and he spent $30 million in Wisconsin. He was doing the videos and like, talking about AI teaching assistants and all this, and they got shellacked, okay, and they lost that race, and that's going to affect the Wisconsin maps. That's going to affect the Wisconsin gerrymandering. That was a huge, massive win against Elon and all his money. But man, people were juiced. The election had just happened. They were feisty. They fought it. And then immediately after, though, guys, like 2 months later, Epstein broke and everybody was jazzed. Okay. But then now we're dealing with the Epstein cover up. We're dealing with, this new Somalian attacks. We're dealing with, seeing the right wing, they're trying to spin off Charlie Kirk's death and get more graspy. And now you got Erica Kirk running around and they're this infusion of like, it's a religious revival. It's like, it's real easy to get disheartened. You know what I mean? And right? And you like, man, it's like, gotta just keep going. Right? You need to be watching what we're doing. That's where the real fight is. I mean, dude, yes and no. I mean, yes and no. It's like you need to be watching what we're doing in a way that you can control, right? Like I could just sit here and make content every day, like pointing out all the mistakes that the DNC convention are making, but like I don't have any control over the DNC convention. You know what I mean? Like I don't have any ties to that. Like I can't like alter the DNC. I mean, we could go protest the DNC, but I don't think you want to do that in an election year. You want to do that like in a non-election year, right? You want to protest your own people, right? And I mean, there are certainly people that are going to focus more on what the Democrats should do. Like for sure. I think we have a lot of content creators that focus on, like what our people aren't doing. I know like Emma Vigeland does that. I know that Kyle Kulinski does a lot of that. There are a lot of progressive people that I think like do that work really well. But I also think that some of that is a little bit of a trap because it comes down to like what you can control. Okay. Like, for example, I got a vision board back there. You guys ever do vision boarding? Okay. Like the concept behind vision boarding isn't simply you put shit up there and you wait for it to arrive, but you have some measure of, you have to put your energy on things you can control. Okay. Like, for example, you ready? When I have a big enough YouTube channel or have enough connections in the industry, right? That I can, have access to politicians. Okay. When I am a big enough draw that I can interview, a politician, okay, where they're going to come on my fucking podcast. Okay. At that point, I have a little more control over what the Democratic Party does, right? Because I have access now to somebody on a personal level. I can hit them with questions. I can talk to them when the cameras are off about probing things that are important to me, right? But like right now, I don't have that yet. I don't have that kind of influence, right? That's where you look at somebody like Kyle Kulinski. He has more of that influence, right? Cenk and Anna should have that influence, but they don't. Right? Because they were too critical before they acquired access to some of those people. So they have like limited access. You look at Brian Tyler Cohen, he's got access. Jack Cocchiarella has a pretty good access. There's some of these YouTubers that have like much more like defined access. But we do have to keep our things in the locus of our control. Okay? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, whatever your activity is, it should be something that you have some measure of like control over the outcome, as opposed to just putting your energy into shit that you don't have, right? Like this is kind of the thing about, we talked about this yesterday in the context of Hakeem Jeffries, because everybody's frustrated with Hakeem Jeffries, and I get why they are. But then, everyone's excited about Zohran Mamdani. And then Zohran Mamdani endorsed Hakeem Jeffries with the gavel. And Hakeem Jeffries endorsed Zohran Mamdani. So now people are like, wait a second. Why is the guy who is the socialist that we love, that is the rebel of the system, he's now partnered with the system, and their minds like blue. But like, that's like a sign that like we don't need to worry about Hakeem Jeffries right now. Okay. We need to worry about other shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know what I mean? It's like we could spend all our time talking about Hakeem Jeffries, but I think that would be wasted energy, because I don't think Hakeem Jeffries is the locus of our control right now. You know what I'm saying? And I know you have your thing, but if you unloaded on centrists as they deserve, I think your channel would grow 10x. Yeah, I mean, maybe though, but like, dude, the thing about this though, regulated, is why would I unload on centrists? Like there aren't enough progressives to win an election. So why would I do that? Like, because I don't want to win? Because I don't want to fucking ever have progressive policies? Like, unfortunately, centrists are a part of our coalition, and we don't have an option to win without them. So like, that's the thing. Like, that's one of those things where, sure, I could unload on centrists and a whole bunch of angry leftist people would follow me, and I would be in the set with like Hassan and the other leftist people. But like, sure, would I get rich? Yeah, but is that going to help us win and defeat MAGA? I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? I think like, if some of you who want to unload on leftists all the time, if some of you ran as progressives, instead of, if you want to unload on centrists, you should probably be running for office. Okay. But I don't want to unload on centrists. I don't know. I don't hate centrists. I understand a need for centrists. Like, there's a balance, guys. Like, I find balance in the extremes. Okay, which means that I have a very radical side of me that is like cross every boundary and go all the way out to the edge. But that balance is maintained by a centrist that is more conservative and reining that crazy part of me in. And then the thing about it is, you know what I'm saying, is you have to use both parts of those. Because guys, Donald Trump is an example of what happens when the extremists take over a party. Okay? If the extreme leftists like nuked the Democratic Party and bashed the centrists into submission where they all became followers, we would literally just have a demagogue like on the left, and we would have a strong-arm demagogue like pushing our party around and eventually making it do shit we didn't agree with. Like, I think the Democrats are a wide coalition, and I don't think you have to move to the center. I don't think people on the left should move to the center, but I don't think people on the left should destroy the center either. Okay? I think you have to find a way to like work the center. You know what I'm saying? I think you have to find a way to like work with the center. Okay? You know, I mean, it's true, dude. We like the center of our party exists, and they have a lot of institutional power, and they have a lot of money, and they have a lot of like network that can help us win elections, you know, but you win by succeeding. Okay. When Obama was winning elections and Democrats were winning elections because progressivism and hope for change and all that shit was inspiring people, the party moved that direction a little bit. Right. And then we've definitely gotten hampered, you know, we've definitely gotten hampered. You know, I don't know. There is not a real left here. I mean, there's not like a European left here, not at all, right? But I just don't see the point in you know, like shitting on the centrists. You know what I'm saying? I don't see the point in like shitting on the centrists or hating them or pretending like they're the enemy. You know what I mean? You know, you stand firm. It's not extreme to discuss issues within the party. Yeah, I don't think it's extreme to discuss issues within the party, boss. I just don't think that like that's my focus. You know what I mean? I don't want that to be my focus. And that's the thing though, that like I think this is problematic, and it's not everybody, but I see many people on the left that they're just resentful that they don't have any power. And so they want to sit and harp on the only party that gives them a chance at power. And they just harp on it all day long. And meanwhile, they don't ever get any more power. And then they make enemies with people, and they make it harder for the progressives to get power. Okay? Like harping on the people you need as allies is not going to get you the power. Like if you want power, if leftists want power, it starts through coalition and allyship. It does not start by just complaining about the people in power all day. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's about personal dignity first and building and growing. Yeah, I mean, but the thing about this though, Tony, is that's not always true. My 20-something kid tells me there's a difference between liberal, leftist, progressive, thought all was the same. No, there's definitely a difference, Iron Fist. There's definitely a difference. But there's like differences among them. There's like 20 different kinds of liberals, 20 different kinds of progressives, 20 different kinds of leftists, you know what I mean? But the thing about this though, guys, the integrity thing, I feel like the integrity thing is complicated, okay? Because if you're rich and you're white and you're progressive, you are allowed to have an integrity that most of the world can't have. And again, I've said this before, that one of the problems I have personally with the struggles with leftism in America is most of our like tried and true leftists are rich people that are allowed to have this integrity. Like, we need more working class progressives that are not like, Hassan and Kyle Kalinske and these guys that are at the top of political commentary. We need working class leftists and progressives winning elections. Like, even if they're tiny local ones, okay? Having, like, when you have $2 million in the bank and you have a massive social media following, you can be like, I will not vote for any candidate who takes AIPAC money. But if you're a black person in fucking Michigan, you might need to vote for a candidate who takes AIPAC money if that's the only candidate you have, because the other option is a Republican, okay? So when you're living in Los Angeles with $2 million in the bank, you can have this rock solid integrity, but if you're a black person in fucking Mississippi, you can't. And we need to understand that as leftists and progressives, that not everybody gets to have the same personal integrity, because other people are choosing between, the Democrat with AIPAC money or the Republican. And they don't have another choice because that's the person that won the primary. And so, like, right now, if you want to get rid of AIPAC, that's a long institutional change. And we're taking that route. But, like, my point is, though, is some people who are in positions to have crazy integrity seem to look at other members of the Democratic Party who can't have that same integrity, and they get all judgy. You know what I'm saying? And KD, let's go. KD says, my centrist cousin tolerates my super left. And, like, so I wish we could fucking, I wish we could fucking realize that, guys, this is a 100-year battle we're facing. If we want to make the U.S. government progressive, it's a 100-year battle. But it really starts, you know what I'm saying? It really starts with people like you've got to allow people to have different levels of integrity. Okay, guys? And not, you know what I mean? I mean, it's politics. Okay? It's a game. It's like that same shit where I said I judge people by what they do and not what they say. Okay? Like, my life is going to be better. Okay? All of our lives are going to be better with the worst fucking Democrat over a fucking Republican. Okay? And if you think like Republicans winning for 20 years is going to somehow make the government progressive, I've not seen that. Okay? I've not seen that. I've seen that like the party leans toward what is working. Okay? Whatever is acquiring power is where the parties move. That's how politics goes. Like, politics is power, okay? It's not government. It's not, like, you know what I mean? Like, we think politics is government and city council seats. No. Politics is power. Is who has it, who doesn't, and if you don't have it, how do you get it, okay? And so, I mean, I feel like we have a general misunderstanding, you know what I'm saying, of like what politics is, right? You know what I'm saying? And like, dude, it's like America, America is like fucking, it's like we're a nation built on racism and genocide and imperialism. And like, that's not changed, okay? I mean, I know we think it is, okay, but it hasn't changed, you know what I'm saying? It hasn't changed, right? It's like, not yet. I mean, I feel like we're just starting, And so Iron Fist, I think when regulated says down talk, I think it's about that integrity. Like our primary issue in the sort of progressive centrist fight that I see is that like progressives or the far lefties, the American lefties, insist that the centrists don't have any integrity and they're sellouts and they're just as bad as the Republicans. And the centrists will accuse the leftists of like sacrificing wins and eroding power and causing the Republicans to win because they're they have policies that aren't really popular. Now, the situation is theory versus on the ground, okay? Because the point being is like progressives in theory, right? They have the win. Because if you ask people like, hey, do you want to just have Medicare for all health care? People say, yeah, man, I really want Medicare for all health care. But then anybody who runs on the platform saying Medicare for all, they don't win the goddamn election most of the time. So there's a thing where the progressives have the polls that show everyone agrees with them, but it's not showing up in the election wins. And now that some of that is AIPAC money and other special interest money defeating them and them not having enough grassroots to overcome the AIPAC. Some of it is just our personal laziness as Americans, where once somebody wins, we tend to just not change. Like Americans have this thing where, like, why does Nancy Pelosi serve for 35 years? Why is fucking, what's his name, Grassley still a fucking senator, right? Because once somebody wins, we just vote for the winner because change is scary, okay? We're so afraid of change. Right? I mean, it's like, dude, it's a fucking complicated soup that there's not one way to fix this. To me, the left in 2024 trashed the centrists down. A lot of us shut down, especially in purple areas. I'm not a centrist, but I want to win the fight. That's true. That's true, Miss Siren. Now, one thing I want to say, guys. So I'm 56, and I have been watching elections since I was a little kid, okay? I have been watching elections since I was a little kid. And one thing I will tell you guys, I will tell you this though, right? Is that, right? I will tell you that much of voting is just vibes. Okay? It literally is vibes. Okay? Which means there's a whole bunch of voters in America who they don't want to know about politics. They don't, Democrats, Republicans, you're both fucking liars. Like, fuck them all. They're all lying to us. They're all looting us. Sons of bitches. I don't like none of them. Fuck the government, right? There's a lot of voters in America that are like that. Many of them are white. And then what they do is at the end of October, they look at both candidates and they see who's got the vibes. Which side is fighting each other and they're arguing and the candidate is being attacked by their own people and the party looks weak and looks like they don't have any confidence, and which group looks like they're cheering for their guy. They have the best person out there. They're one solidified team, like fucking lining up and taking the snap, right? And fucking all right. And then they vote for whoever that is. And they don't fucking care who, right? That a lot of voters do that, and then some voters look at both and are like, fuck it, I'm not voting at all. Right? And like, so I think like, dude, I think that, examining your own party is important, but I also think that there's a time and a place for it. Okay? I think you examine your party during the first year after you win an election. And then in that second year after you win an election, when you're gearing up for the next election, you don't examine your party. So it's like examine unity, and it alternates like every 2 years because that's the quickest election is the House. The House changes hands potentially every 2 years. So you win and you examine and then you unify and you go to battle. And it's like, it's almost like you're always in an election, and dude, there's like a time for integrity and there's not a time for integrity, you know what I mean? A lot of shit. I think everything is timing. Okay. I really do. I think timing is everything. You know what I'm saying? I think timing is is very, very important. Right? After we win, then we replace Jeffries. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know about the Jeffries thing. For me, guys, like I said, for me, whether or not I want to replace Jeffries is going to be what he does with the coalition. Okay? Because guys, I don't like Hakeem Jeffries. I don't like his hand motions. I don't like his centrism. And I don't like his fucking Christianity. However, if Jeffries manages the House well and doesn't create roadblocks, I can live with him. Like, I don't care. I don't need to have the most progressive motherfucker on the planet being Speaker of the House. I want a Speaker of the House who doesn't thwart the coalition and who manages that House so we can keep getting people elected in those purple districts. So I don't fucking care who Hakeem Jeffries takes money from if he does that job well, okay? Because it's an important fucking job that not everybody can do, okay? Because if we have a crazy progressive speaker who's fighting for everything, but then we lose a third of the seats in purple districts, then what good was that crazy progressive speaker? He just fucked us, okay? It's like not everybody needs to be progressive. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody needs to be progressive. He doesn't do it well. I think he's actually done pretty well so far. Okay, on the big, beautiful bill, he had the coalition dialed. Okay, and then Chuck Schumer took the fucking heat for that, guys. Okay, for the big, beautiful bill, because we knew we really couldn't stop it. Okay, we knew we couldn't stop it, guys. They were reconciliation. It was a 51 vote thing. The Dems knew they couldn't stop it. So what happened was Hakeem Jeffries fucking held the whole coalition together, and he's like, he did his job. Everybody was on board. Chuck Schumer let it go, took all the heat, okay? But like, that was not an accident, guys. That was not an accident. That was a means of holding on to those purple districts while standing up to Trump, and also, but not being the ones that actually like fuck shit up. Like, there's a dance here, guys. Because it's not just it's not just fighting Trump. I mean, it is. We want him to just fight Trump, but we have a bunch of people in purple districts that you don't want them to be Republicans, right? I mean, Maria Glisenkamp-Perez, she's like 5 miles from here is her district in Washington, right? That's basically a red district, but there's a conservative Democrat that has that district, you know? So, I mean, I don't know. I like, you know, and I trust Mamdani, okay? The fact that we have Mamdani and we have AOC and they're both backing him. And so I trust that there's a reason why they're backing him, you know what I'm saying? And Pelosi's insider trading was criminal. Yeah, but all of their insider trading is criminal, right? Like, you know, I mean, that's complicated, right? Because, you know, but it's not even just Pelosi, though. I mean, it is, right? She's like whatever, the queen of that, but all of those Congress people are insider trading. And I hate to say this, guys, but you ready? I think most wealthy people are criminals, okay? Like I said it. Most people that are really wealthy, they're criminals. Okay, they're just paying brokers and stock people to like engage in their criminality. They're paying lawyers to bend the law and to fucking help them get their way. I mean, it's like, you know, I mean, it's not untrue. Okay, you know what I'm saying? That like capitalism is a criminality. That if you be a criminal, you profit. I mean, it's kind of the fucking thing, right? Oh, cheap progress, one must be practical. Yeah, dude, no, Zoran was great, right? Right, and I'm talking about the ultra wealthy guys, okay? I'm not talking about people that are millionaires. I'm talking about the ultra wealthy. A lot of these people are fucking criminal. I mean, if you think about it, guys, think about this, okay? If you own 1,000 apartment buildings, right? 1,000 apartment buildings, you're a criminal, okay? You're a criminal. You are running a criminal enterprise that extracts a third to half of people's income for life and keeps them trapped to where they can never buy a house. You have all the institutional power about evicting them and fucking booting them at anything. You can refuse to fix shit in their building, and there's very little recourse they have for you, right? You're probably hiring a company to do the hands-on shit. All you're doing is opening the cash register, and there's a company bullying your tenants or strong-arming them or cutting corners so you make more money, okay? If you own 1,000 apartment buildings, you're a fucking criminal, okay? You're committing crimes against humanity of wealth extraction and income distribution that, like, you didn't earn that shit. You did not earn the right to take a third of people's income in various states for fucking 50 years. I don't care how much money you inherited, or I don't care if you came up with some crazy social media idea. Okay? That is criminal, guys. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like Peter Thiel having $20 billion and threatening to leave the state of California because they want to charge him 5% tax. That's criminal. Okay, Elon Musk, the same. Elon Musk didn't mind taking out loans to spend $44 billion on fucking social media. So why wouldn't he take out a loan to pay his taxes? You know what I'm saying? Like capitalism is criminal, guys. Make red districts purple and purple blue. Only way. Let's go. Let's go, baby. I mean, it's true, guys. Like, so again, like, I don't have anything against people that attack their own, okay? And like I said, some of my favorite people on the left, okay? Dude, I love Kyle Kulinski, and Kyle Kulinski is a fucking attack the party kind of person. He is. He's an attack the party kind of person. But I don't see that as like a good use of my energy, okay? Like, I would rather be attacking the other side, right? For me personally. And I mean, if you hate Hakeem Jeffries, I'm not going to ban you for hating Hakeem Jeffries. I kind of hate Hakeem Jeffries. You know what I'm saying? Dude, I do. I can't stand the guy, but I also... I kind of see him as a little bit effective, and I don't see anybody right now that is ready to take that gavel and be that effective that would get the support, okay? Because there's other shit, guys. There's other shit that goes on, right? And so why does Hakeem Jeffries fucking, why is he able to get the whole coalition behind some shit and Mike Johnson? Like, let's look at Hakeem Jeffries on the big, beautiful bill. All the Democrats, fuck this shit. Okay, but look at Mike Johnson. His own party votes against him and cucks Trump's agenda. Now, what's the difference between those two? Well, the difference is Mike Johnson is only listening to the extreme powerful guy in his party, and he's doing the bidding of the party chief and the MAGA base. But the thing about it is Hakeem Jeffries is doing the hustle with all of the Democratic Congress people and making sure they're all getting what they need so they stay together in the coalition, okay? And so that is like the difference, right? Is like, if we had a Speaker of the House who just listened to AOC and Zoran Mamdani and was like a progressive hero, Maria Glickman-Perez would probably say, fuck you, I'm going to vote against everything you do. And then there goes our coalition. Yeah, I mean, the system fucking sucks, guys. And it gets even worse when you consider this. You ready? Here's the number one problem, guys. I'll tell you right now, the number one problem of the U.S., I know people think it's the 60 votes in the Senate. I know people think it's the, whatever, the presidency or even the two-party system. I think the number one problem, guys, is the states, okay, and the House of Representatives, okay? That's the number one problem right now, guys, is the states and the House of Representatives. And what do I mean by that? what I mean by that is the government we have, they're not working for the general benefit of the United States. Every single one of those representatives is only concerned about getting money into their state. And then with the House of Representatives, it's getting money into their specific districts. So what happens is our government is not run about what policies are going to benefit the people of America. You have 535 people that are all fighting for very specific individual interests. The two set, right? Every House district is just trying to get money for their tiny little zigzag of a district. And they'll do whatever it takes to get that money. They will threaten, they'll bully. I'm not voting on your shit unless you get some money in my district. And so it is like so convoluted, okay, that like the reps are all focusing on their own district. And I mean, even some of this, not to dog on Zohran Mamdani and AOC and Kathy Hochul and fucking Hakeem Jeffries, but there is a thing going on where they're going to focus on New York, guys. You have AOC, you have Zohran, you have Hakeem Jeffries, you have Kathy Hochul, and they're all forming a little coalition. And like, ooh, are they going to do some progressive shit? Are they going to stand to Trump? Yeah, but they're also going to put a bunch of money into New York, guys. They are going to make sure New York gets theirs. And that is a part of their coalition. But like, you know, are we going to just sit there and trash them the whole time because we know they're doing that? You know, but like New York is an epicenter. It is an epicenter. If New York flourishes, it is going to be beneficial. It is a buoy of the whole country. But like, you see what I'm saying, guys? Nobody there is really looking at the general fucking like overview of the whole country. Like nobody is. Like the whole, they're just not. The whole thing is not. Everybody is just trying to get money in their micro environment. And that's really problematic. Like it would be better. It would be better if there was some, you know, like a socialist distribution system. You know, if there was some type of socialist distribution system and people didn't represent individual districts, you know, maybe they don't even represent individual states. I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like our government started, guys, when there were only like 13. You know what I mean? It was like when there's 13 versus when there's 50, it's the scale is gotten a little out of hand, man. You know? So, but we forget that. Okay? We forget that. I mean, that's why Murkowski voted for a terrible bill that cut fucking Medicare. Okay? Because she got some money for Alaska. She got some shit for Alaska. Okay? That's why Susan Collins will fucking bend over. She gets a little something for Maine, right? You know, that's why Joe Manchin was constantly fucking wheeling and dealing because West Virginia is the poorest fucking state out there. And he kept getting money. He kept getting shit for West Virginia, even though none of it went to benefit the people. Not a fucking dime, bro. Bro, right? Dude, not a goddamn dime, dude. Joe Manchin, like, played a fucking stubborn son of a bitch to make sure there's a constant flow of money into fucking, you know, coal mining and all this other bullshit in West Virginia. And they're still the poorest state, right? Dude, they're right. You know, it's fucked up, bro. It is fucked up. So yeah, man, I don't know, guys. I like, for me, my personal thing is, and you know, I'm sorry that I'm not like more of your typical leftist who's like way out there like shitting on all the fucking Democrats and all that APAC money, 50 mil, oil health, Wall Street, 2 bill plus. Yeah. Bing, bing, bing. Thank you, Drea. And you know what I'm saying? But like, dude, I don't know, man. It's just not really my fucking vibe. You know what I'm saying? It's not really my vibe. I'm more of a, I don't know. I'm more of a like, I still kind of maybe want to run for office as well, right? You know what I'm saying? And so I'm like, I'm not burning any bridges, right? Not until we defeat MAGA. You know what I'm saying? Like, right? What is 2%? Dude, what is 2%? Right? That is 2%. I'm curious about the 2%. Dude, right? I don't know, man. I just don't hate the centrists, right? Unfortunately, right? If you think progressives would not be effective in Congress, doesn't mean we settle for less good Democrats. So no. The thing, Scott, I think progressives would be very effective in Congress, right? What I don't think is like, I don't think, and this goes back to my thing, right? I don't think the people at the top right now, I don't think the people at the top need to be progressives. They need to be not obstacles. Okay. What we need is, this goes back to what I said about the bottom and the scaling. Okay. Like right now, how many progressives do we have in Congress? Okay. We have AOC, we have Ilhan Omar, right? We have Rashida Tlaib. Like, how many are there, honestly, in Congress that could be considered progressive? Is there in the House? Is there like 5? Is there 7? You know what I'm saying? The point being, guys, is one haughty progressive is not going to be able to, one haughty progressive leader is not going to be able to get consensus and a winning coalition out of, 200 centrist Democrats, right? Like, we need 100 progressives in the Democratic coalition, right? We need 100 progressives in Congress. And then when you have 100 progressives, then you want a progressive speaker because they're going to have the power. Now they have 100 people or 120 progressives. They have a coalition. But when you only have 7 members of a 214 member Congress that are on your side, if you're the leader, why are those people going to work with you? They're not going to work with you. It's not a matter of me making excuses for them. It's a matter of the reality of how fucking power works, man. It's like, if you don't, you know what I'm saying? If there's one of me and 20 of them and they all don't like me, I'm not going to build a consensus and a coalition with those 20. I would be much better finding a powerful member of those 20 who likes me and then helps me incorporate my shit into the 20. That's how power works. Now, if there's 11 of me and 9 of them, now I can take the power, okay? Because now I can get them to come along because I have some power behind me. That's how power works. It's like you need the base to be progressive, a bunch of progressive reps, and you have a centrist who, as long as the centrist guy isn't being an obstacle, okay? If the centrist guy is obstacling, and if he is like cucking all of the Democratic movement, then you need to replace him. But what you need, the speaker needs somebody who can get the progressives and the centrists and the middle people and the whatever religious libs to all agree. Okay, that's the speaker you need. Okay, and it doesn't matter what his personal beliefs are. You need somebody who can do that fucking job. Okay, and then when they fail at that job, you boot them and you get rid of them. Okay, but like, dude, we don't have enough progressives in Congress right now. Like, even with the president, we don't necessarily need a progressive president. We need a progressive Congress of the people. Like 120, right? 120 progressives in Congress as regular congressmen, okay? Then you have a president who's willing to wield the power and won't veto their shit, okay? And then you have a speaker of those 120 who can get the 100 centrists on board with them and it knows what concessions to get, and then that's how you get progress, okay? It really with only 7 progressives, if you think having 7 progressives and then putting a progressive speaker out there that you're going to somehow bully the other 207 to do your bidding, it's not going to work that way unless you behave like Donald Trump. And that's not going to help the party. Like, that's just my point, guys. That's my point is if you want power, you have to be realistic about how you're going to get it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Right? And yes, I think right now having a president who takes AIPAC money would be a problem. And I think that right now, I think there's a couple of things going on. I think we need the continued demonization of AIPAC money. Okay, we do. We need the continued demonization of AIPAC money. I think that is doing good work. The people that are working that shit and all the progressives and leftists who did those Palestinian protests that we covered way back, they fucking did a good job because it's done 2 things. One is they've demonized the AIPAC money and they've brought attention to it. And 2, we've started a fight, an anti-Semitism fight in the right wing too, right? So the right wing is now fighting over their anti-Semitism and Israel. Dude, it's like victory. Now, though, we're there. The thing is, though, guys, thing you got to realize is there are still going to be like representatives in the Democratic coalition that take AIPAC money for the time being, right? That may fade, but when Congress convenes in 2026, I'm telling you right now, there are going to be some AIPAC funded Democrats that are in our coalition, and we can't just pretend like we don't need them and kick them to the curb. Okay, we're like, that's going to be a longer battle. We need progressives who don't take AIPAC money to win. Now, I think Gavin Newsom, I know he's a trigger figure right now. I've noticed something with Gavin Newsom that even these fucking right-wing shitters are like saying they like Gavin Newsom better than J.D. Vance, right? Dude, like Sneeko and Clavicular and all these whatever idiot left-wing shitters are now shitting on J.D. Vance and talking about how much they love Gavin Newsom. Dude, they're such idiots, bro. But he saying he's not going to take AIPAC money, that's interesting, okay? Janet Mills running for Senate. I know she's running against the progressive guy that everybody loves, but she says she's not taking AIPAC money. Okay, now she's like no special interest PAC money. Now, we don't know what's going to happen with that, but that's a big move, guys. I said this before, that is a big start. But guys, what I don't see, you know what I'm saying? I don't see a lot of progressives winning at the low level, right? Yet. Right? I don't see a lot of progressives. I mean, they're starting to, but like progressives are still running under the D. Okay? So here's the challenge is like, and progressives get mad at me when I say this. Okay? But like, we need progressives who are going to run and win, and they have to either play nice with the Democratic powers in their states if they don't have the power to unseat them, or they have to be ruthless and take them down if they actually do have the power to unseat them. But knowing which is which is really problematic. Like we're watching it in California right now, guys. Okay, we're watching it in California right now because Adam Schiff is establishment. Okay, that guy is centrist. He's establishment. He's not progressive. Katie Porter was a wonderful progressive, but she tried to topple Adam Schiff for that Senate seat, and she lost a lot of steam. And now she's in danger of like not being a contender in California, and potentially California risking a Republican winning. And part of that was because she, for some reason, got all carried away and stepped outside the power structure and tried for the big knockoff in a race that I don't know anyone who thought she was going to win that race. We were like, what the fuck is she doing? Okay. I was like, what the fuck is she doing? She's going to fucking throw her entire career down the tubes. Because, like, dude, Adam Schiff running for Senate in a potential Trump presidency, like, dude, that was just one of those where, like, man, that was not smart. You know, if she hadn't done that, if she didn't run against Adam Schiff, maybe she does go for governor, and now Adam Schiff is her biggest fucking person behind her. Right? AOC, right? But like, that's politics, guys. You can't just pretend the power structure doesn't exist. I mean, you could be like Trump and you can just bully people and hold them under the fucking water and beat them down and blackmail them and take control and shit. But like, I think when you do that, you end up kind of corrupt. So I guess for me, I feel like covering politics with a way that acknowledges the existing power structure is important, especially if you want long-term, you know, progressive change, right? And you say that progressive shouldn't be nice to centrists. Yeah, I mean, John, you can do that. But if you're not nice to centrists, you're just going to help a lot of Republicans win. You know what I'm saying? If you can't make a coalition with centrists, you're never going to get the power you seek. You know, you're just not. I mean, you know, it's just, you know, you don't have to be nice. You have to make coalitions, right? The centrists are not going anywhere, guys. Okay? The centrists are not going anywhere. Most Americans consider themselves to be centrist, and they might like progressive policies, but they don't consider themselves to be radical or leftist. There's like quite a bit of fear of leftism here in America. It's stupid, but it is a reality, you know? And so like you need the centrists if you want to have a Democratic coalition. You need them right now, you know? You know what I'm saying? You do need them right now, right? I don't see a path, you know? So you got to find ones that you like. You got to find a way to work with them, you know? You know what I mean? Because it's like, if you don't, your other option is to just have a fractured coalition, and then you're going to have MAGA shoving a Bible up your fucking ass. You know what I'm saying? Right? Yeah. I mean, I think the left, though, guys, is developing power, right? And again, it's like, I look at AOC and Zohran Mamdani as guides, okay? Because look at Zohran Mamdani, guys. The guy is a leftist. The guy is a fucking socialist. The guy is considered radical. You know what I mean? But like, dude, the guy knows how to get the coalition, boss. He's not going to throw Kathy Hochul under the bus and fucking because she's not leftist enough, so she starves New York City. He wasn't going to throw Hakeem Jeffries under the bus, so he starves New York City. Okay? He didn't even go and fucking ravage Trump and call him a prick. He went there and charmed him. Okay? He got Trump talking about how much he loves Zoran, and it fucking sank Elise Stefanik's goddamn campaign. Because, guys, he's not going to sit there and say, fuck the centrists. I'm not going to be nice to them. He knows how to make a goddamn coalition. And if you don't learn that, you're never going to have any fucking power. Okay? You have to be able to go to people that you disagree with and that abhor you, and you got to be able to like get them on your goddamn team, boss. That's how you do it, right? You got to be able to get what you need from them. Now, dude, let me just tell you, you ready for this? Listen to me. Hear me out on this. I used to have this discussion with my kid, okay, in school, okay? He would have teachers that he just hated, okay? He would have teachers that he just hated. And then he would be like, fuck this teacher. I'm not doing any work. I'm not doing anything, whatever. And then he would get bad grades. And then he would struggle all year to not get a D. He would have to struggle and struggle and struggle to try and get a C. The teacher would do everything they could to try and fail him or give him a D. And it was a fucking nightmare. And I used to tell him, I was like, dude, you should just find a way to charm these people. You should just go in there and find a communal thing. You know you hate the guy, but you still need a good grade from him. So you go in there and you find a way to make a coalition with that motherfucker, and then you win. Okay? You get to hate him and you get to walk out with an A. Okay? My son wouldn't do that. My son is like, fuck that. I'm going to fucking scrimp and scratch and suffer all semester, and I'll get my C, and fuck that guy. That was the way my son chose to do it. When I was in school, I made a coalition with the teachers I hated. I won them over in some way, and I got the fucking A. I hated them, and I got mine, okay? And then I graduated with a 4.2, and I went to UCLA. My son did not graduate with a 4.2. He did not go to UCLA. He didn't really want to go to college. But you know what I'm saying? He made his choices of like, fuck this guy, I'm not going to work with him. But it caused him a lot of like, I don't know, a lot of stress. He had a lot of stress, like getting that C or worried about failing, or like there was a lot of stress he had to put up with, and a lot of like, you know what I'm saying? And like for me though, I would put aside my hate and I would go and I would look for what coalition I needed to get what I wanted out of the deal. You know what I'm saying? He chose that stress, but he held his own. He did. But the thing about it is though, Binge, is he did choose that stress and he did hold his own. But you know what he didn't get to do? Is he didn't graduate high school with the ability to go to UCLA if he wanted to. Okay? And so if there was anywhere in there with his friends who did go to a university, if he did want to go to a university, if he did want to go to like NYU or USC or whatever, he didn't get to do that because of those choices he made to just be like, fuck these guys. Whereas I graduated from high school with the option. I could be like, fuck this high school, I'm going to go be a musician, or I could go to UCLA if I wanted to. I had both options, and he did not. He had less options. Now, that's not a slam on him because he made his choices, but the thing is when you're dealing in politics and the things you are doing are representing 340 million Americans, you don't always want to just be slamming doors and fucking over. You're not just like affecting your life of whether you go to university or not. You are now making choices that are affecting 300 million people. So the coalition becomes a little more important. You know what I'm saying? And like, so my point being is, you know, and the thing about him though is Bryce is very willful. And dude, I respect it. Okay? I respect it. He's living his shit and he's making his choices. And to be honest with you, he doesn't like the kind of schmoozing I do. Okay? He disagrees with the kind of schmoozing I do. He disagrees with the way that I fucking go in and fucking make deals and all that shit. You know, he does not agree with it. But, you know, we also have different things that we go after. Okay? I'm always climbing a ladder. He seems less concerned about climbing a ladder. You know, he may, after doing it his way for a while, start climbing a ladder too. You never know, right? You never know. For me, though, I've always been climbing a ladder, and I've always been about getting mine to a degree while also taking care of people, but I'm gonna get mine, okay? That is just my philosophy. Like I'm going to get mine. If there's a goal I have, I'm going to get that fucking goal. And there is no like power structure or resistance or people who hate me are going to prevent me from getting that fucking goal. And that's how I operate. And you know, he's a little different. If there's too much resistance, he'll like change his goals and be like, nah, I'm going to go over here. But I'm different. I'm not like that. You know, we're very different people, you know, but I learn a lot from him though about integrity. But yet though, guys, I also can take a fight. You know, I've definitely taken some fights too. And I definitely will stand up for myself at the appropriate time. You know what I'm saying? Right? You know what I mean? So like the thing when you say, but what if a center right peer does stop your goal? Yeah, well, so I don't know, guys. I don't know how to answer that because there's a lot of variables. Like, what does it look like if a center right peer stops your goal? Like, what does that even mean? One guy stopping your goal? I mean, that's a lot of like whatever. I mean, I know that I have a general rule. Okay. My general rule is this is I don't take shit personal. Okay. Right. I don't take shit personal. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like I don't take shit personal. Right. You know, like Manchin and Sinema. See, Manchin, we kind of knew, right? Manchin, we kind of knew. And Sinema, though, was frustrating because she was a surprise, right? But don't you love when your kid is nothing like you? Yeah, I know. But at the same time, though, Christine, he's a lot like me because he is so willful and so stubborn and so like heels digging in and unflappable. So in a way, he's a lot like me. He just, you know, he has a different integrity scale. Dude, always make strategic moves. That is what Tommy is saying. That is true. Yeah. And again, though, guys, it's just like, I don't hate centrists. I hate MAGA. Okay? I hate MAGA. And I don't hate centrists. And I don't know if that's a fault. Okay? And it's probably, guys, you ready? I think I don't hate centrists because right now they still have the institutional power, okay? And you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? There's like, you know, I'm not going to hate the institutional power because if you do that, you're never going to have any, okay? And I know that like you have to be able to work with the institutional power if you want power. And if you don't work with the institutional power, you're never going to get power unless you do a Trumpian, like, warring takeover, right? And that's the thing that, like, I really want more leftists to realize that the revolution comes from getting into the power. And then the danger, though, is when there's 200 progressives in Congress and they become the establishment, and then you'll have a whole nother institutional power, right? You know, right? So, I mean, it's hard, right? It's hard. It's hard, though. Believe me, though. I know a lot of leftists get mad at me because I won't shit on the centrists all day long. But I don't see the point, guys. I just don't see the point. That shit is not useful. And what's more, you ready? It's like there is nothing more paralyzing than thinking that your own side is fucking you over and there's nothing you can do about it. Okay? Right? Like, that's the thing, is like, if you get too preoccupied with how much you hate the centrists of the Democratic Party, you are literally going to just make it to where, like, you feel hopeless because you feel like you can't even acquire power in your own side. Like you gotta find a way to feel empowered with your side. And if you can't do that, you're not going to be very effective at fighting the other side. You know what I mean? You're going to be like this guy who's fucking disappearing. Right? Later. Smell you later, fuck nuts. Dude. Ooh, let's go. Dude. Yeah. But for me, man, I don't hate the Democratic Party, guys. I don't. You know? I'm sorry if you're a leftist and you don't like that, but it's just hard. I would love to have a European left, guys. I would love to have a European left, but we don't have the institutional mindset here yet. And maybe we will. But right now, guys, right now, what we are fucking dealing with is fucking a religious takeover. Okay? That we really need to be worried about, guys. If you don't see the religious people trying to like cuck our civil rights and trying to create a white Christian nationalist thing here. And like J.D. Vance, we are not going to apologize for being white anymore and, you know, call a kid the N-word and make $1 million. If you don't see that white Christian supremacy coming from the MAGA party as like the primary thing we need to stop right now, like you need to like do a little soul searching, okay? Because they want leftists to be fighting the centrists so they can shove a Bible up both of your asses, you know? And like, I think that's a very real, like, worry. That's a very realistic worry. And yeah, no, they're fighting each other too. So like, guys, let me just say, if there is ever a time, okay, and hear me out, guys, okay, you ready? Even with you leftists that you hate 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗀, whatever, you hate the Democrats, you hate the centrists, just act like you don't for 3 fucking years, okay? If there's ever a time for leftists and centrists and whatever, a centrist does something to make you mad, let it roll off. Fuck it, I'm going to ignore it. I'm going to work with them anyway. If a centrist pisses off a leftist, right, or a leftist pisses off a centrist is like, fuck it, I'm going to let it go. I'm going to work with you anyway. If there is ever a time to do it, it is now. They are fighting. They are fractured. They have no clear power. They have a ton of internal factions. They're being like torn apart by anti-Semitism and the Groypers. We have never seen a weakness with them, and they are going to go full racist pigs. They are going to go full racism. They are going to go full like online scandals. If there was ever a time for us to pretend like we fucking love each other and literally sniff each other's assholes, the time is now, okay? The time is now, bro. And yes, it is like sticking up for a brother. If you hate your brother, you're still going to fucking probably defend him. Phone Empire says, if you don't work with centrists, you will end up fascist. Let's go. That could very well be true. But now's the time, guys. Okay? Now's the time. It's time to fucking, you know, it's like, you know what I mean? The far left podcasters make more money when the Dems lose. I mean, that's a problem with politics in general, guys. But yes, the far left podcasters, they definitely make more money because the far left, here's what they do. Okay, so the far left has an audience of people that are on the left that are disappointed, and rightfully so. They don't like that America is kind of a right-wing nation. Even the Democrats are sort of right-wing compared to worldwide. So there is a lot of institutional resentment here in America, okay? And people want radical change. They're starving, okay? And so the far left people, like, they monetize that rage, okay? They do. They monetize that rage. That, like, they're really just disgusted with their own party because they're not doing what the people want. Okay? And they have all the proof of like, look, 67% want Medicare for all. 80% of the people like this policy. Everybody loves this policy. But there's no leftists in Congress. There's like 5. Okay? Everybody in Congress is a centrist. Almost everybody in the state houses are centrist. Okay? But then these leftist people and the youth are very attracted to leftism because it's like, it's revolutionary here. So the youth really attached to this shit, and young people are like, man, we're going to change the system. It's very natural, right? You get educated, you're going to become more leftist. But there's a rage we have. And then instead of taking out the rage on our opponents, we take out the rage on those centrists that have all the power. And so what happens is when there's a Democrat in power, they just always are pointing out what the Democrats are doing wrong. They're not putting forth our policies, this, that, and the other. But it becomes like old hat. After a while, there's only so much of like, you know, oh, these guys are so disappointing. They're not doing anything. You sort of lose faith when you feel like your own people are fucking you over. So it's not as like explosive, but when the opponents have power, then it's super explosive because now you can shit on your fucking people because they lost, and because they're ineffective, and they're the reason why you have to deal with these opponents. And so you like, every leftist is going to do better financially when the Republicans win, right? It's like, you know, because people, if things are going good or you're just fighting your own or whatever, it's not as ferocious as when you're fighting everyone, you know? And so, like, it's complicated. And I think it gets even more complicated when you get into the class thing, okay? Because everybody who has $2 million in the bank is going to do better when there's a Republican in office, okay? So this is hard. If you have a wealthy progressive senator, okay, he's out there fighting the fight, but man, every time the Republicans win, his fucking bank balance goes up. So he's in a win-win. He's in a win if the progressives get some policy, because then he's a good guy, but he makes way more money if they lose. So like, he can be like, fuck this, I'm going to sink the whole goddamn thing if you won't give me progressives. And then the Democrats lose and the Republicans win and his bank balance goes up. So like, all right, and he may not be doing that on purpose, but you know, that is a problem we face when we have rich progressive, you know, electors, right? If we have people in Congress that are rich progressives, or if we have, you know, left-wing speakers that are very wealthy left-wing speakers, they don't have a financial incentive for the progressive policies, okay? They don't. It's like they don't have a financial incentive. If they trash the Democrats the whole time and the Dems lose, they get a pay raise. So that is really like hard, right? Why don't I support? I do support socialism. I absolutely support socialism. I just, you know, it's just, we don't have socialism right now. I'm trying to get socialism, but it's a very long period of like getting, you know, 120 like socialists into Congress. Okay. So I do support socialism, but you're not going to get it by trying to convince rich liberals to give up all their money, or rich Republicans to give up all their money, right? You have to win it. You have to make it work in New York City or in Los Angeles or in Stockton or in your local city council. Like, somebody who's a socialist needs to run and win, and then you need to start making it work. I know. I mean, the farmers are getting it. So are the wealthy people are getting it. But you gotta, you know, it's like screaming at centrist Democrats and telling them they're shitty and they're MAGA light isn't going to get you socialism. Okay. Like, because obviously those centrist Democrats won elections. And so like, the problem just might be us. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? The problem might be us, like that we're not getting it locally. You know, I mean, it's true, guys. I mean, this is the thing that like everybody gets mad when I say this, because everybody, oh, the Democrats are like, yo, fuck the centrists, and the centrists are like, fuck the leftists. The problem is us, guys. The problem is the voters, that the lazy people that don't get educated, don't care about politics, vote on vibes, vote for the same person over and over, even if they're doing a bad job. We don't run for office. We don't challenge them. We don't get involved on social media combating their misinformation. I mean, it can go on and on and on. But at the end of the day, I feel like it comes down to personal involvement and coalition building, right? It's like you got to be, and you can do this locally, even in your houses, guys. You know what I'm saying? If I ran, I would run as a Democrat. Okay. I would run as a Democrat, right? I would. I mean, I would be a different kind of Democrat, because of course I swear and I call shit out in a different way. And I'm educated, but I'm also kind of a redneck. I grew up in MAGAville. Okay. And my family is MAGAville. And so I am very much, I was born to be a MAGA person in small town Wisconsin, but I got exposed to a big city at a young age. And then I got an education at a top 25 university. And even though I quit, those two things really helped me. And I got to see, you know, I learned some lessons around racism and shit at a very young age. And I was a little precocious, right? So I didn't turn into a MAGA that I was like raised to be. But like my family is almost uniformly MAGA. What kind of Democrat? I don't know. I would just call myself a Democrat. I would take a D, right? I don't know if I would necessarily like fucking, you know, worry too much about the labels. I mean, it would depend on where I'm running, and I would do a dance. I mean, you got to realize if somebody like me ran for office, you'd have to go door to door. Okay. So you would have to go door to door. And then when you go door to door trying to win people's trust, you would then develop an idea of what their hot button issues are, where their fears are, and then you would develop a campaign message around that in order to acquire the most number of voters. Like, you know, I mean, like if you look at like Zoran Mamdani, he couldn't have won a fucking, he couldn't have won a Senate seat in Missouri with the campaign he ran in New York City. He would not have won. Okay. Like where you run and what you're doing is heavily dependent. Okay. Zoran Mamdani's campaign worked because it was New York fucking City. And it was after Trump when, like, if Kamala Harris had won, I don't think Zoran Mamdani wins in New York City. How's that for like politics and the way it goes? I don't think if Kamala Harris had won the election, I don't think Zoran Mamdani would have won in New York City. I shit you not. I think part of the reason why he had that groundswell was the explosive dooming of Donald Trump and his ability to go and talk to the MAGA people as well. And like nobody's off the table with him. It was like it was the moment. Okay. Trump gave us Mamdani, the Trump win. Cause like sometimes the bad shit leads to these sort of like openings. You know what I mean? And that's like politics. If you look at American politics, like the country just keeps, voting for the Dems, voting for the Republicans. They just keep switching. There's no longevity. We've never voted for a party here for like 20 years in a row, guys. I mean, you know what I'm saying? We keep flip-flopping. Dude, I would take the D. Yes, I know that sounds terrible. But I would, if I was running, I would take the D. But I would, it would depend on where I would be running, right? I mean, for me, I am not actively involved with the DSA. I think the DSA is great. I do. I think the DSA is great. But you got to understand with the DSA, guys, so the reason why AOC and Mamdani, part of the reason for the DSA with them is because of New York City. Okay. The DSA is like pretty active in local politics in New York City. Okay. The DSA, like there's a reason why AOC was DSA, even though they don't like her anymore. And Zoran Mamdani was DSA. DSA is a power in New York City in the local politics. And he was a fucking councilman, right? He was an assemblyman. Zoran was. So there's a link there, right? You know what I'm saying? So like, I mean, for me, if I were running, guys, and listen to me though, you ready? If I were running, guys, I would do what it would take to win. Okay? You hear that? And listen to me. That's the thing. If I decide to run for Congress or Senate or whatever, I will do what it takes to win that fucking race. Okay? And that could mean dancing around landmines. That could mean being a vocal force. That could mean giving them all my negative shit to create a huge media storm so I get a whole bunch of media attention and a chance to be a mouthpiece. I mean, we don't know what it would be, but I would do, obviously, instead of being worried about what message I was taking or which groups liked me, I would do whatever it took to fucking win. Because I would be running not to like be the next progressive candidate. I'd be winning to get in there. Okay. And then when you get in there, you can find your identity and fucking like shape from the inside, right? That's like what I would do, right? You know, I mean, that's me being honest. Like, I have a feeling if I ran for Congress, like I'd have a lot of stuff to answer to. I'm a very big troll of MAGA on the internet, bro. Like, oh my God, dude. They would be fucking shredding me for my posts online, the anti-Christian stuff. Like, my God, dude, I would be like under the gun. They would call me a fucking radical, even though I'm not. They would call me a fucking radical of the radical. But so this though, guys, is why, you know, if you know, whoever is the candidate in 2028, I'm not going to judge every fucking thing that comes out of their mouth. And I don't think you should either, guys. Okay? I think we should just get them in office. And then when they're in office, if you want to go pitch a tent in fucking, you know, and right, Tommy, the Antichrist, if you want to go pitch a tent in DC and protest them once they're in office, do it. But like during the election, they're going to say shit, you know? You can judge and still vote. You can, but Bingewood, my thing is this, and, you know, we've been talking about this for 2 hours, and it feels a little circular, but, like, you can judge and still vote, but, guys, you do have to be careful with the way you judge and what you put out into the world, okay? Because if during an election you do nothing but negatively judge your candidate, you are going to be giving fuel to your opponents. Okay, like what kind of energy you put out into the world, whether it's about your candidate or about yourself or about how you believe in the things you do, it's like that energy does have an effect. Okay, if you go out to start a business and every time you talk about your business, you're like, man, the fucking city won't help me. They won't give me the permits. They won't fucking do this. They won't do that. The city's out to get me. The neighborhood's fighting me. You will not get your business off the ground. Okay? You won't. If you put that kind of energy out there of fighting the city, fighting the neighborhood, you will cuck your own shit. Okay? If you have all those issues and you deal with them privately, but then you go down to the city and you go up to them and say, all right, I got a problem here. What do I need to do to get this going? Or you figure, oh, is there a city councilman I can go and lobby personally to get me to help? Who do I need to talk to? Who's got the most power in this neighborhood to get their help? And then if you get that city councilman and that neighborhood leader on your side, boom, you got your fucking business. And there is a difference. It's like, do you want the business or do you want to be the guy who's out there just telling everybody how bad everybody is? And like, I think like we as leftists need to get our resentment in check, and we need to have a realistic look at like how power structures are. And I think it starts in your home. Okay. I think we need to start looking at the politics of our houses. Like, look at the power structure in your house. Okay. Seriously, look at the power structure in your house. How do you administer power? Who has the power in your house? How do the powerless get power in your house? Like, you need to, like, we all need to establish our own relationships to power, and on a micro level, on a local personal level. And then we need to take that knowledge into the interaction of the power structures that exist in the world, because we do live in America. We have a two-party system that is pretty centrist, pretty right-wing. It's based on racism. It's based on patriarchy and misogyny, and it's based on genocide and imperialism. And that's the base of America. And now we want to change all of that shit, but you're not going to just change it by complaining about the fact that America is that way. Like, you got to fucking roll your sleeves up and start building coalitions like we all do, you know? I mean, dude, you know, it's pretty crazy. Like, for example, guys, you ready for this? Let me give you an example. The last thing, and then we got to go talk some politics because I got to be able to make a video. But like, somebody asked, what would I do if I ran for office? Okay, well, if I ran for a House seat, in my local district, it's blue. And so I would probably be super progressive if I ran for a House seat. Okay? I would be super progressive. If I ran for a Senate seat, I would be spending a lot of time going to the reddest areas of Oregon and knocking on their doors and being like, hey, man, I know I'm probably the enemy to you, and I know I've said a bunch of negative shit about MAGA, but like, I want to sit down with you. What are your concerns? If I were a senator in this state, what do you need? What are you not getting, both from Democrats and your own people? And I know I've said a lot of shit about MAGA because I think Trump is a crook. I think he was too involved with Epstein. And I think there's been a cult mentality that I just think has been destructive. And he's kind of ruined politics. But you know what? I came from a small town like this. Let's sit down. Let's have a cup of coffee and tell me what you're not getting. Okay? And I would do that with the reddest parts of of Oregon. And I would do it with the people of color in Oregon. And I would do it with the people of different religions, the Christians in Oregon. I would do all that shit. Okay? And I would listen. And I would fucking see if I could get them to trust me. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. That's how I would run. Because I'm not a big name. I don't have big money, but I'm pretty good at like connecting with people. And I'm willing to like connect with human beings without judgment. Okay? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I will rail for MAGA for years and fuck MAGA. But when MAGA, if they want to help us win an election, I'm bringing them in, boss. I'm bringing them in. I'm not right. I don't like centrists, but if the centrists help us win, fuck yeah. If we have a centrist presidential candidate, I don't fucking care. I'm backing him. I'm in. Okay? I'm backing everybody who's not MAGA in 2026 and 2028, and I don't give a shit about the rest. I will in the primaries have my own personal fucking things, and I do have my integrity, but whoever wins that primary is now the anti-MAGA device, okay? And do you would love to see me addressing the House chamber? It would be funny. See, that's just it, guys. I don't know. Like, for me, can I just tell you, like, I have a different philosophy, okay? Because I am very goal-oriented, which means if I'm going to do a goal, whether it's a Fortnite streamer or a YouTuber, I'm going to be successful and I'm going to get what I want. But what I do, though, guys, is I don't direct myself. I sort of wait for a calling, if you will. Like, for example, I'm going to do this YouTube channel and I'm going to believe in it and build it and network and meet everyone. And I will do this until something else feels like it's pulling me to quit YouTube and to go do this new thing. And it could be running for Congress. It could be starting my own business. It could be becoming some type of activist. I don't know. Like, I go through the world doing a passion with everything I have, striving for a goal. And then the minute the universe pulls me towards something else that says, actually, we need your energy over here, then I redirect and I go and do that other new thing as long as I have a passion for it fully. So I may end up in Congress. I may end up a YouTuber. I may end up a travel streamer. I may end up whatever. I don't know. Right? I don't know what the future's going to bring. I mean, in 2016, when I quit my job to be a filmmaker, I never thought I was going to be a Fortnite streamer, right? Fortnite didn't even exist, right? And I never knew I was going to be famous and pay off all the debt I incurred for years of trying to start a film business, right? I never thought that I would end up being a Fortnite streamer, but when it called, I did it. When I got addicted to Fortnite and my kid quit and I played with a bunch of randoms and every single one of them said, "Are you streaming right now? You sound like a streamer." The fact that 100 kids or 1,000 kids, whatever, over 6 months, all said that, kids and adults alike told me I sounded like a streamer, I decided to just be a streamer, guys. Right? That's what I did. And I didn't do it because I wanted to be a streamer. I was addicted to Fortnite, but they all told me, you're a streamer. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to go be a streamer. Now, if I get that kind of energy where the universe is telling me to run for Congress, I will fucking run for Congress. if I see the outlet to it. You know, like you just don't know, man. Like for me, that's how I roll through life. I don't attach to specific outcomes. I just let the people around me fucking, you know what I mean? And I'll be honest, guys, so there's a couple things I did. The first thing I did was I thought about possibly going to this red district in Wisconsin and running for Congress, but that would be moving to a red state. That would be like a lot of like moves that I didn't necessarily want to make. And I have not had any connection. Like I did meet like Kamala Harris's head of digital in Wisconsin, but like I didn't really get any institutional support. I put it all out to my family and shit and nobody really took the bait. So I don't think that's going to happen. But there is another thing. I put energy out of the possibility of running against Ron Wyden in 2028 as a senator here in Oregon. But it's a little dangerous because he is heading up the financial investigation of Epstein, but he's also old. You know what I'm saying? Wisconsin isn't a red state, Dustin, but the district of my hometown is the reddest district in the whole state. Okay. And Wisconsin, like if you're not in Milwaukee and Madison, it is very, very red. Okay. Or Eau Claire. But if I went back to Wisconsin, I would have done it in my hometown and that would have been the reddest district. So I would have to live in that fucking district and it's all really red. There's no big cities. Right. But so anyway, I have put some feelers out. I have put some feelers out of the possibility of running against Ron Wyden. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? And so we'll see, right? We'll see. We'll see what happens, right? I don't know. Again, for me, I would have to get like, for me guys, because I like this, okay? I like what I'm doing right now. Like I really enjoy this channel. I know it's growing slow. I'm not like, I could get more leftist if I just harsh on the Democratic Party, or I could do whatever. I could stop swearing. I could fucking wear a suit. I could change my delivery and maybe I'd grow faster. Who knows? But I like what I'm doing now. And so I would need a significant pull. Like I put the energy out to the universe of talking about it, thinking about it, researching what would this look like. And then I see if I get pulled, right? If I get pulled in that direction to run against Ron Wyden in a significant enough way that it seems like I shouldn't be doing this, that I should be doing that, then I will in fact do that. But it would take quite a pull because right now I really like this. I like what I am doing now, like being, you know, a Twitter guy and making YouTube videos and doing these daily streams and building this community. I'm really enjoying it. I mean, it's the hardest work I've ever done in my life and I'm kind of grinding myself to shit, but I really enjoy what I'm doing now. And we're about to switch hours in you know, we're in 2 days from now, we're going to be at 8 p.m. We're going to be starting early, which is going to be a brand new crowd to reach. I'm not going to be streaming at 2:42 a.m. anymore, guys, except maybe occasionally on the weekends, but it's going to be different hours. Some of you may not even be able to see the show anymore. I don't know, but I'm doing that to sort of like expand a little. Right? You know, when I break 100K, I'm destined for greatness. Let's go, dude. Dude, 77 within 2 weeks. Dude, where are we at now? Let's look. We're at, where is it? We are at, oh shit. Dude, yeah, no, I think we'll be at 77. We'll be at 77 but probably like, you know, within a week, man. Definitely within 2 weeks. But yeah, dude, we've been in a little bit of a slump, right? We've been and not a slump. I mean, the people are loving the content. We've been in a growth slump, which happens. I mean, you go through periods, right? You go through periods where you have a rapid growth, and then you go through periods where you make a bunch of content for the people who love you. And then eventually another piece breaks out and you have rapid growth. And then you have new people in the people you have to make content for to please. And then you make content that pleases the people who love you. And it's literally that sort of thing, right? You'll support whatever. Let's go. Dude, I love it, bourgeois. Dude, try and let's go. You may be too smart. Maybe. I don't know, man. Dude, you're going to get to bed before 6 a.m.? Yeah. All right, now, you ready? Let's fucking look at some of this other politicking shit, guys. Dude, you guys are amazing. Can I just say, and I know sometimes we get into these, like, whatever, long, distracted talks, but I guess maybe you guys need that. Some of you guys need that. I know sometimes I need it. And like, you know, I'm just saying that for me, guys, I will appreciate Hassan, and I will appreciate Kyle Kowinski, and I appreciate Crystal Ball, and I appreciate Emma Vigeland. I love our far lefty fucking people. I do. Franny, oh my God, I love them. And I agree with them, like, you know, in a large degree. And I will also always be, you know, like, plugging into the centrist power structure as well, right? Because I don't hate the centrist power structure. I'm not super resentful. I know that a lot of people in America feel safe anchored to that centrism. And so I feel like my job is to not shit on their centrism, but to offer them an understanding of their centrism and, you know, some insight that will maybe expand their thoughts a little bit as well. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Because I love leftism, but I don't like there's only one kind of integrity and you can't play the system, you know, because I'm a system player, guys. I believe I believe that, like, you have to play the system if you're going to shatter the system. You know what I'm saying? That's it, right? You have to play the system if you're going to shatter the system. Dude, their numbers are in the toilet. Yeah, Bingewood, though, I don't worry about the numbers, right? I don't worry about the polls. Of course, everybody's unhappy with the Democratic Party because they lost. And we have to go through Trump. And so we hate everybody in the Democratic Party. Fuck the party. Fuck this. People hate the leftists. People hate the centrists. But it doesn't matter. You don't have to like the party to win an election. Look at the elections we just won. Dude, we just cleaned up. You know what I'm saying? They do say something. They say that people are hurting and they're scared and they're upset with the party. But, like, the thing about it is like, you know, we still got to win. You know, I mean, what do you think's going to happen? You know, with that, like, you know, even when you say they have an 18% approval rating, there's probably 50 different reasons why those people hate that party. There's no clear road. You know when they'll love the party again? Like, I don't know. I don't know when they'll love the party again. Nobody likes the parties. The Republicans don't have good numbers either. I mean, Congress isn't doing shit, dude. They're frozen. Everybody's just fighting each other. I think it's kind of a reflection of where American politics are at, because we are a little bit just fighting each other, right? The centrists are fighting the leftists, and the leftists are fighting the centrists, and the people that are in between them trying to bring the two groups together are upset and that we don't have any power. There's nothing we can do, but yet we won all these elections, you know, and they aren't liking the current tactics. Yeah, but, like, I mean, you know, what other tactics are there? Right? Like when you say, like nobody liked the fucking ending the shutdown. But, like, my God, Bingewood, if we hadn't ended the shutdown, we wouldn't have had all this Epstein material. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, if we hadn't ended the shutdown and we were still shut down right now, shit would be tanked. People would be resentful. They would be angry. They would be unpredictable. And we would have had 2 months of Epstein that wouldn't have been around because they'd still be sitting on 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪😅, right? And so, but the thing is I want to have the shutdown battle in August, okay? I want them to string the shutdown and keep giving in to the Republicans until right before the goddamn election. Then we will have the shutdown battle, okay? Let's shut it down in September, motherfuckers, over right before the goddamn election. Like, until then, we will let them have their wins. Oh, the Democrats are pussy. Oh, look at their approval rating. Who fucking cares? But we're going to have that fight in September. We're going to have that fight in October with people standing in food lines. Okay? That is a fucking election success. Right? That's what you do. I mean, that's good strategy, guys. To me, right? That's good strategy, right? That's how you want to do it. Right? Let's go. Dude, let's go, baby. I mean, same with impeachment, guys. I don't want impeachment votes now. Fuck that shit. I want impeachment votes when we have the votes. Okay? Right? Why take an impeachment vote now that's going to fail? And like, so we have this big drama that makes Democrats look like losers. Oh, they couldn't even impeach him. What a bunch of fucking losers. And then somebody votes against it, and now you're mad at your own party like you would have been stupid. You don't take an impeachment vote now. That's just going to make you get mad at the people who vote to not impeach because they're protecting their districts. Fuck that. You wait until you have the House, and then you impeach him at a time that's going to ruin his credibility right before he needs a big vote, or right before another special election or something. You impeach and you hammer him at his lowest point. You got to do it to fucking do that shit when it has a purpose. And that's just it, man. I think Democrats are sad and they're angry and they're upset and they're flailing and they want take a stand. But it's like, you want to take a stand. You want to take a stand when it's going to get you something, right? That's politics. You don't do anything in politics, guys, if it's not going to get you something. That's just it. That's the game, bro. If you don't get something from it, you don't do it. Okay? You know what I mean? Timing is everything with everything, boss. It is. I mean, dude, it's timing. It was no mistake of when I started making videos for this channel during an election year when everybody was down. Everybody was down on Biden, and I came in being a fucking unifying voice, a positive voice, somebody that was like, like rallying some shit. It's timing. Okay. If I started making videos 2 years before, and none of it took. I made videos and they went right out into the ether. No growth, no building, no nothing. 2 takes. And then it was a third time at the right time and we fucking took off. Timing is everything, boss. I think, and so like for me, I don't worry about the approval of polls, guys. I worry about the elections. So I don't care that the Democrats are at 18% now. I mean, I know what progressives are going to look at the 18% and they're going to say it's that way because the centrists aren't doing what the people really want, which is our progressive policies. And centrists will look at the 18% and we're being held back by all those leftists who think we're doing all the wrong shit. Like everybody's going to look at those numbers. Those numbers are simply that our government is at a standstill because our politics is so partisan. Everybody's hurting. We hate Trump. We're on the gates of fascism. We don't have the power to just instantly turn this shit around. And so we're all like feeling hopeless and shit and like fucking mad. And we want to burn it all to the ground. And so, yeah, of course, if we weren't at 18% right now, it would be abnormal. But dude, we've cleaned up in the elections. And we cleaned up in a very major way, guys. We had Jay Jones. They were portraying him, dude. Charlie Kirk got shot. Portland was supposedly burning. There was like, people were literally attacking ICE. The fucking nationwide theme was leftist violence. They killed Charlie Kirk. They're burning down Portland. And Jay Jones is going to murder your kids. He wants to kill your kids. And Jay Jones won by 10 fucking points, guys. So fuck the approval polls. That says something, okay? That says something, okay? That their entire media campaign, and now they're on another media campaign. Fraud, Somalia, Tim Walz, Minnesota, California, Washington, right? They're attacking the fraud, racism angle. Now we got to do it again. We got to go all year battling that shit, okay? We got to do it again, okay? You know what I'm saying? And like we have to take another fight. But I don't really care about the approval polls. Like, fine, let them be low. If the approval polls are 18%, the Republicans think they got a chance. I think it's better for shit to look negative for us, because then we're going to work harder. Okay? Remember when Hillary was up by 10? She never went to Wisconsin and she fucking lost. I'd rather have the polls say everybody hates the Democrats and nobody fucking gives them the time of day, because then we're going to dig in, we're going to work hard. That's how I look at it, right? Dude, yeah, no, I know Ohio, and it's in Ohio zone because you know why it went to Ohio, guys? Okay? Because Vivek is underwater. He's running for government. The Groypers don't like him. He's a brown-skinned Hindu. But the woman, literally, there was just a poll in Ohio that showed Vivek losing. And so now the Somalian scandal is going to Ohio too. All of this shit is about elections, guys. That's my point. Is leftists and Democrats need to stop fighting the centrists and the leftists and our inter-party battles, and we start needing to have strategic attacks on the enemy in order to win elections. Fuck everything else. Okay? Fuck everything else, boss. Right? Right? That's it. Okay? They focus on winning elections, and we focus on trying to have the right integrity or doing the right policies, right? And I know we need to win primaries. We do. But we have some benefits though, guys. There is like less APAC money. APAC money is now suspicious in a lot of markets, and that's going to help. We need more of that. We need more of the fucking APAC battle, right? More of the fucking APAC is no good. Right? Healthcare is very important. It is. And the price of healthcare is going to go up. But now they're going to blame healthcare on the Somalian fraud, guys. I don't think you realize that. Or maybe you do, right? Why are half your messages deleted? I don't know. Talk to YouTube. YouTube does that. They have AI controls. But so the thing about this though, guys, is you realize the Somalian fraud shit. No, they're not going to talk about Obamacare at all, Bingewood. Okay, Obamacare this is their answer to Obamacare. Okay, because we know that the Obamacare subsidies are going up because of their bullshit fucking bill, but they're going to ignore that. They're going to start saying, no, your health care is up because these Somalian people are looting all the Medicare. Okay, so it has nothing to do with Obamacare. Obamacare is actually bad and part of the problem. And they're looting Obamacare too. They're going to turn this into a completely different narrative, guys. We have a big fight. We do need the fraud. We need to figure out the fraud issue. Believe me, they're probably thinking about it right now. Like, we have a big fight coming, guys. They have done a very deft pivot. Okay, they have. But I'm sorry, though. I apologize. Like, if I'm not, anti-Democrat enough, but I'm not going to be. I'm not going to be because I want to win, guys. I do. I want to win. And I know we're in the long incremental change. Talk about Rick Scott fraud. Yeah, no, I mean, there's Rick Scott. There's Tate Reeves and Brett Favre. I think taking action against, I think what needs to happen is blue states need to start taking action against people who've committed fraud. The blue states need to be proactive in punishing these people, and they have to show themselves as being anti-fraud people that are fighting this battle as well, right? And that needs to happen. We need some more proactive. You know what's hard, guys? I'll be honest, okay? Here's what's hard, okay? Listen to me. Here's what's hard, and this is about Minnesota, guys, because they centered on Minnesota for a reason, okay? When you wonder, why is all this focus on Minnesota? Why is it on Minnesota? Part of it is Mike Lindell, but part of it, guys, is that Tim Walz is not good when he's under attack, okay? We saw Tim Walz during Kamala Harris. Tim Walz, when he's out there just talking about how weird the Republicans are, he's great. But when a reporter's like, you lied you stolen valor, what's wrong with you? Or JD Vance in the thing, or when Nancy Mace was like, what is a woman? And he's like, what do you want me to say? Tim Walz is not good when he's being attacked. And so now they've centered this thing to where all the reporters are going to be attacking Tim Walz, and he's like very bad when attacked. Gavin Newsom, when he's attacked, is like, fuck this, I'm going to turn it back on you, right? Tim Walz is not good at that. So they are trying to center this whole thing around a guy who's very bad at defending himself. And that's a purposeful strategy. They noticed Tim Walz's weakness during the election. Everybody noticed it. He was terrible when the reporters cornered him and said, you've done something wrong. He couldn't wriggle out of it. Okay? And the thing about it is now they're trying to make him the centerpiece. This guy who's not good at wriggling out of it, and they're hoping he sets a fire that burns him down. Okay? And that is like one of the downsides of Kamala having picked Tim Walz. Okay? I mean, he's not a bad guy, but he's just not, he's not sleazy. But you gotta be a little sleazy when you're fighting against sleazy people, okay? And so, I don't know, man, that is a worrisome, okay? That is a worrisome that, like, he's gotta get better about, like, having some fuck you time and being able to turn that shit around, right? He's not a good liar, but see, you don't even have to lie, really, okay? You just have to present, like, it's not about lying, it's about presenting a narrative version of the truth that like gets you out of the jam, okay? You don't have to lie to do it. You just have to be able to fucking, you have to be manipulative. And I don't think he's a good manipulator. I think he's too, I don't know. He doesn't spend a lot of time dissecting his opponents. He just shows up and tries to be a good guy and thinking that if I'm a good enough guy, they'll trust me. But like sometimes you need to like analyze your opponents and find their weakness, and you need to fucking kneecap your fucking opponent. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't, if they're going to kneecap you, you got to kneecap them back. You can't just let them kneecap you and hope that taking it nicely is going to win you some fucking, some shit. Like you have to be a kneecapper. All right. You do. And he's got a weakness though, guys. He's got a weakness at he's like, he deals great in love, but he doesn't deal well when people are accusing him of being a cheater or a sneak or a criminal. Okay. He gets all flustered by that and he gets like a deer in the headlights when they are attacking him personally. And that's why they are focusing huge attacks on him personally, because when he gets personally attacked, it like hurts him too much or something. He can't separate it. I mean, you have to be, I hate to use the word sociopath, but you do have to be a little bit sociopathic when you're engaged with people who are personally attacking you, where you need to like, just let it not hit you. Right? And if it does hit you, you need to compartmentalize that, and you need to be off camera when you work that shit out. Okay? But you need to be looking for a way to turn it around. You know what I'm saying? And can he take it to a crackhead? And that's hard though, guys, because I'm already seeing him. And I'm seeing him, and he just looks vulnerable, guys. He looks vulnerable. And like, hopefully the people of Minnesota stay in his corner. But I'm telling you right now that they are going to try to drag Tim Walz publicly in as many opportunities as they can. They are going to try to get him on camera looking weak, looking like he doesn't have an answer, looking like he can't wriggle his way out of it. And they are going to use that weakness and that hesitation to make it look like he's guilty. Okay? You watch this. I'm telling you, you're going to see the content. They're going to try to get him in front of cameras as much as possible and they are going to try to get signs of him making verbal miscues or him looking like he can't answer or stuttering. They're going to portray that as he's hiding something. And they are going to try to completely fucking kneecap him in hopes that they can get Mike Lindell into the governorship in Minnesota, which would be incredibly destructive for that state. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like they are going to use him as serious rat fucking. They are going to try to use him and that one specific weakness of the Democrats are hiding something. Look, good old Tim Walz. He's a crook, right? You can't trust any of them Democrats. Even the down-home cornpone Tim Walz is a deceitful fucking crook. And dude, I hope somebody is helping him out. Because man, he's not good. He is not good in front of the camera when they're like, you're a crook. He does not handle that well, right? It does something to him where he folds and gets all befuddled, right? Dude. Oh shit, boss. Let's go. All right. Dude, you ready? What do we got? I don't even know what we're looking at. So, dude, we gotta look at a couple things. We gotta look at a couple things about the Epstein case. All right, first off, let's look at Julie K. Brown. All right, I don't mind going a little late tonight though, guys, because I literally slept until like 10:45. Okay, I shit you not. I slept until 10:30 tonight, so my schedule's gonna be way off. Okay, but right. Why are you getting censored? I don't know. It's YouTube, Ron. I have no idea why YouTube fucking censor you guys. Like YouTube has some AI controls and I don't know that there's really a fucking answer. You know what I'm saying? Right? But it's fucking, I do want to look at Julie K. Brown. Okay? Because Julie K. Brown is the person who opened, right? Look at this. Guys, look at this. You ready? Look right here, dude. Again, they're all centering around Somalia online. Oh, there we go. Dude, Rick Scott is trending. This is what we like to see. See, this is what I'm talking about. Okay? This is what I'm talking about, guys. Right? We need to be doing this combating. This is good. Okay? This is good. Look at that. Like X is, Twitter is pushing this daycare fraud, Somalia. Emmer calls for deporting Somalis, yada, yada, yada. But like Rick Scott is trending. There you go. This is what we need, guys. This is what we need, right? But they're laying in on Tampon Tim, right? But then they're also pointing out how Doge failed, okay? Like more of this, guys. Remember, some of these battles are going to be won on the internet, guys. Okay? There is, we need to reel people it too, but we cannot let them have the internet. We cannot let them have the internet. We need to control the internet, even on their platforms. Okay? But algorithms, we control the algorithm. Okay? Elon Musk can control this shit, guys, but he can't completely fucking decimate. Like the algorithm changes with us. Okay? You know what I mean? And yeah, dude, YouTube, they're all in on it, guys. All the platforms are in on it. I will tell you right now, though, guys, that the least YouTube and Facebook and Instagram are the least censoring right now. Okay? Twitter doesn't really censor you, and it has stopped a lot of the throttling. The throttling may come back, but TikTok has gotten bad, boss. TikTok has gotten way bad. TikTok is like censoring everything that is critical of Trump or critical of Israel. Like TikTok's gotten way fucking bad, bro. But the people do control the algorithm. We affect it. Right? But yeah, man, this is good. All right, so anyway, let's look at Julie K. Brown, guys. okay? Because Julie K. Brown, for those of you who do or don't know, okay, she is the Miami Herald journalist who opened up the Epstein case, okay? And she was like, dude, there were two things that are the reason why Epstein is dead. The reason why Epstein got arrested. Two major things. Now, I do not want to take any of the power away from all of the hundreds, if not thousands of people who were victimized, who stayed true and stayed with this. But there were two primary things that led to the explosion of the Epstein case. Number one was when Virginia Giuffre went to the press and she shared her stuff, and Ghislaine Maxwell attacked her in the press and called her out specifically, saying Jane Doe is Virginia Giuffre and she's a liar. And then Virginia Giuffre had a lawyer, a female lawyer, who was like, I think we can sue her for defamation. Normally, the person who gets abused sues the abuser, or normally the abuser sues the person who gets abused for defamation. That's normally how you quiet these cases out. But she did it differently. The abuser said Virginia was lying and defamed her character. And so Virginia Giuffre sued the abuser for defamation. And that started a year of depositions in 2016. And that put all of the Epstein shit on the record. Okay? Because the Epstein case was closed. It was gone. It had been buried. The feds had dropped it. Immunity had given. Nobody was covering this shit. And there was no information out in the public. And no, it was not Gloria Allred. It was Virginia Giuffre's lawyer. It was Siggy. It was this woman, a blonde woman. A blonde woman. It was Sigrid McCauley. Okay, that's who it was. She called her Sigrid. Sigrid McCauley. It was this woman right here was the lawyer. Okay, this is the woman. So she did something fucking revolutionary where she sued the abuser for defamation. Okay, you don't do it that way. She saw this like loophole and she jumped on it with Virginia Giuffre, and she sued Ghislaine Maxwell. And this, guys, it just broke the case open because everything was on the record now. The immunity deal and the feds dropping the case and everything that happened in Palm Beach went into a record of depositions. And Ghislaine Maxwell was deposed. Everybody was deposed. Jeffrey Epstein's people were deposed. He was deposed. Okay? All of this shit, there was now a public record of the whole case fucking out there. Okay? That happened from Virginia Giuffre's lawsuit. Then Julie K. Brown found some of this shit and started writing about it. Okay? Julie K. Brown started writing about this shit in the Miami Herald. She did a huge series of articles and it spread like wildfire. Why? Because it came right after Me Too, guys. Me Too happened with Harvey Weinstein. And then Julie K. Brown was writing about this serial SA abuser, Jeffrey Epstein, who went after teenagers. And it happened right around Me Too, and it spread like wildfire. Epstein got arrested. Alex Acosta stepped down. Epstein ends up dead. Now, it helped that Trump was running for president because that gave it more oxygen for sure. Like if Trump hadn't been running for president, the fact that Virginia Giuffre and these depositions were happening while Trump was running for president meant there was now a presidential campaign reason to talk about this. It was like a perfect storm of circumstances. But you know what she just discovered, guys? Look at this shit. Look at what she discovered here. Right here. You ready? This was 2 days ago, okay, where she drops this bombshell. Okay? She says, Does somebody at the DOJ want to tell me why my American Airlines booking information and flights in July 2019 are part of the Epstein files attached to a grand jury subpoena? As the flight itinerary includes my maiden name, and I did book this flight, why was the DOJ monitoring me? And like, so dude, the reporter who was writing these articles and who broke this case was like, they have a confidential reports of her air travel, right? The Trump DOJ was tracking the travel of the reporter who was exposing this case. Now, there's only one reason for them to do that, guys. If they are like trying to figure out who she's talking to, right? Did they need to know, like, where is she flying? Who could she be talking to in that city? What is she doing? But dude, this is real problematic. And again, dude, she was booking it in her maiden name. In her maiden name. So not only were they following her, but they were following her booking shit in her maiden name. So they were like looking for her. It wasn't like they just stumbled upon some information, but they were looking for her under her name and her maiden name, right? I mean, dude, yeah, that is some mobster stuff. Now, Virginia Giuffre talked in her book, okay, in Nobody's Girl, she talked about like people, she was living in Colorado for a while, guys, and cars, she lived on a country road that was just a road straight to her house. And there were cars that would drive out to her house and just sit in her driveway with the high beams on the front of her house, and no one would ever get out of the car. And the car would just drive. There's no reason to drive down this road. It only leads to her house. And cars would drive down and sit with the high beams on her house for 15 minutes. And then they would turn around and leave. Okay? And this kind of shit was happening, not just to Virginia, but all kinds of shit was happening to everybody that was like speaking up about this. Like whether it was coming from Epstein, dude, she bought guns. Okay? Her and her husband, they had guns. One night she actually opened the door and waved her handgun out in the lights, she said, and then the car fucking drove away. Like they were letting them know that like, we see you, right? We see you, we're watching you. I mean, this is crazy. So again, this is a pretty big situation, okay? You know what I'm saying? And now she's not, okay, getting an answer, okay? Right? And again, look at this person. This isn't monitoring you. It's how grand juries work. They reconstruct reality by mapping who could have physically been where or when. But the thing about this, though, is like there's no reason a reporter would be involved in a grand jury investigation about Ghislaine Maxwell unless they're like, why would the reporter be there? She wasn't a witness. Why is the reporter traveling? You know, I mean, what are they trying to do? They're trying to defame the reporter. They're looking for dirt on the reporter. They're saying, oh, you talked to a reporter was feeding you information. This is a weird piece of information to have. Okay? This is. Okay? This is pretty, I think this is pretty crazy. Like that, you know, they were watching her plane flights. So let's see what the document, let's see if we can get the document number here. Okay. Dude, let's go. See, everybody's covering it. Hold on, I'm going to find a piece of coverage where we can get some more on this. Dude, I guess other people were doing it too. Okay. Why was the DOJ tracking an investigative journalist who covered Epstein? Dems demand answers. Miami Herald reporter Julie K. Brown and House Democrats asked why details of a flight taken by Brown were found among the Jeffrey Epstein files. All right. All right. So oversight committees demanded answers after details of a flight taken by an investigative journalist well known for covering Epstein turned up in the pedophiles files. Herald reporter Julie K. Brown, author of this book right here. She wrote this book, Perversion of Justice. There's a little plug for her book. Okay. Said, the tweet we just read, right? Why was the DOJ monitoring me? Okay. Brown also addressed the matter in a post on Substack in which she said she had expected to see her name in the Epstein files because of her reporting, right? But what I didn't expect to see was an American Airlines flight record from 2019 with my full name on them, including my maiden name, which I don't use professionally. It's an unusual name, so it's clear that it was me. Okay, she said the Department of Justice needs to explain why travel information and booking itineraries for a journalist are in the files. Dude, look at him, dude. He's so creepy. And yeah, I mean, they were definitely... if I'm going to put conjecture in here, guys, my suspicion is this, is that they wanted to know who she was talking to, okay? Because they wanted to know who they had to keep quiet, I think. I mean, when you think about this, guys, a lot of this ruse for Trump has been, and for whoever Trump is protecting, because Trump is protecting himself, but he's also protecting his friends. We're going to look at MTG's thing in a little bit too, okay, where she talks about it, and everybody now MAGA's all mad at MTG, but Trump said some shit to her too, because we know he's protecting donors, we know he's protecting friends, we know he's protecting other people who have dirt on his probably financial improprieties, right? Like anybody involved with Epstein who knows about Trump's Russian money laundering, Trump wants to fucking protect those guys. Okay, so I think part of this is that he wanted to know exactly who she was talking to, like who they needed to keep quiet, right? I mean, I think that's realistic. They were probably, much like Candace Owens put a little spreadsheet together of where those Egyptian planes went and where TPUSA at those events, right? There was somebody in the Trump admin and his DOJ who was trying to figure out who do we have to keep quiet, or who do we have to defame their character, or who is she talking to next? Okay, right? And because they use tactics, guys. They do. Every single one of these women has talked about being intimidated or being threatened or being, some of them died mysteriously of drug overdoses or gunshot wounds or car wrecks or whatever. Ivana fucking took a spill down the stairs, which that was weird, right? I mean, this shit is crazy, okay? So the Independent contacted the DOJ for comment, all right? So he died in August, all right? Epstein did, shortly after he got arrested. Let's see what they have here. There's Julie K. Brown, okay? So let me see I want to look at this document. Okay, so the Herald published Brown's reports from 2018. She identified 80 potential victims, some as young as 13. He was arrested in July of 2019. Okay, then Alex Acosta stepped down. Then he ended up dead. But I'm not finding the fucking information here. Let me see if we can find the document number, because I'm curious of the dates of this. Yes. Her maiden name was Julie Knipe. All right, so it doesn't have, there is no thing. Let's go look at hers. So let's see if we can, we're going to download this and see if we can get some information on here. We'll see if we can zoom in on it. I mean, it's pretty murky, but maybe we can get some info in here. Oops. Yeah, so I don't know where that one came out. Man, I want to know the PDF number, but so I guess we can see what we got on here. We do have a July 6th of 2019. All right, they're tracking her flight information on July 6th. Okay, this is, it's a flight on July 6th. And what is it? It is from House. What is that? Let's see what that airport is. So Austin, Texas. All right, so it's from Austin, Texas to Dallas-Fort Worth, Dallas-Fort Worth to LIT. That is Little Rock, Arkansas? Right? LIT and JT? Wait. What is that? Lion Air? Like, dude, what is this? Are these different flights? No. July 8th? Dude, now something's up. Maybe we're not reading it right, because that's not, she was not in fucking Indonesia. But we have Dallas, Fort Worth. This fucking, something about this flight. It was a flight from Austin to Dallas and Dallas to something. And then 2 days later, something back to Dallas, Fort Worth and Dallas, Fort Worth to Austin, right? But these codes, there's something about these codes that are, so we have Little Rock, Arkansas. All right. Let's see. Start with J and end in T. Huh. So that's weird because I'm confused. Dude, I'm confused by this one. Maybe that's not, oh, maybe it's not a J. Maybe it's a U. Is it a U? It could be something covered up there. Where's our thing, dude? Where we go? All right. Airport codes in the U.S. that end in T. It could be Hut, H-U-T, could be Hutchinson, Kansas, right? Or, right? That could be it. Maybe it's an H-U-T. I mean, that would make sense, right? To land in Little Rock and then take a car to Kansas if there was someone. Is it lit? Oh yeah, no, you're right. It is L-I-T. You're right. It's making the L and the I look like a U, right? The red box. That's exactly it. It is just covered up here, so it's looking like a U or a J. No. Good call. Good call. It is L-I-T back. So it's just to Little Rock. Now, like, so that is fascinating, right? Little Rock, okay? And right? All right. I mean, are there any Epstein victims from Little Rock? So there is Laura Bloom McGee. Oh, Maria Farmer. Like, I guess she had an incident in Little Rock. But it says Laura Bloom McGee was from Little Rock. Oh, and then a Jane Doe. There was a Jane Doe with potential Arkansas connections. So that's interesting. Okay. Now, the other thing is, though, to see Bubba, well, the Clintons, there was a time that they live in Little Rock. I don't think they live there anymore. Dude, when did... So do the Clintons Jane Doe? Well, Jane Doe, one of the Jane Does is Katie Johnson, but there are many Jane Does, guys. There's like 13 Jane Does. Okay? They're all numbered. Like one of them. So the Clintons own, they have a museum. They had so all right. So they live in Chappaqua, right? But they own properties, but I don't think they live there. But yeah, no, there are a lot of Jane Does. There are a lot of Jane Does in this situation. But that's crazy, guys. I mean, I think it's really interesting. Okay, I think it's really interesting that it's this one specific flight. Okay, and they have like it. This is a confidential airline record, right? It says American Airline confidential for official use only. So it is like. It is an internal confidential document. Laura Bloom McGee, yes, indeed. Let's go. And so this is a confidential fucking document that is pretty unusual. Let's look at Laura Bloom McGee, shall we? Let's see who she is. There she is. See what her history. Go into AI mode. I don't know if any of this is right. So she did testify publicly during a news conference on recently. Okay. She said, she's originally from Arkansas. I mean, we don't know that it was her. It could have been her. It could have been. She doesn't have any specific thing. It doesn't look like that is like a specific pressing fucking scenario. You know, like she's not tied to some hotbed fucking, she's not tied to a hotbed specific event. But anyway, nonetheless, the fact that this was the fact that a journalist was being monitored is pretty fucking interesting. You think I'm going to be in CNN next year? I saw that. I saw that. You didn't retract it fast enough. I did see that. Oh, Lordy. So, I mean, guys, this is pretty fucking crazy. If I go on CNN, I'm wearing a suit, boss. Come on now. You're going to wear a suit. I look fucking good in a suit. You have no idea, guys. I look good. You have no idea how good I look in a suit, guys. Like, I look banging in a suit. Going to be on roundtables in 2026. I don't know about that. Yeah, no, there is a very high body count, right? But let's see what we got here. Let's see if there's anything on this, if we have any history on this in right. George Will Daly. Do we have any coverage here? Bryce looked great in the old brown suit. Bryce did look good in the old suit. So it doesn't look like this is getting any major media coverage, right? We do have fucking various like content creators covering this, but I'm not seeing anybody in a major like news station covering this just yet. That is 6 years ago. A lot of this is old. Let's see if we have something in the this week. All right. Again, we're seeing content creators. Oh, here we go. Let's see this.
There is breaking news tonight, and it is the kind of news that makes you stop, look at the timeline, and say, wait a minute. It is a massive development involving Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and the specific investigative reporter who broke that story wide open, Julie K. Brown. If you do not know that name, she is the reporter for the Miami Herald, whose work, dogged, relentless, years-long work, led directly to the arrests of both Epstein and Maxwell. She posted something today that should frankly stop everyone in their tracks. She asked, quote, "Does somebody at the DOJ want to tell me why my American Airlines booking information and flights in July 2019 are part of the Epstein files attached to a grand jury subpoena?" She says the itinerary includes her maiden name. She says, "I did book this flight." And she asks the question, why was the DOJ monitoring me? She actually included the document from the files. It outlines her travel, specifically in July of 2019. Now, if you have been following this show,
Yeah, dude, I was wondering about this. Like, who is this person, right? Because it's like Rachel Maddow, but it's not. It's like somebody who is, like, looks like Rachel Maddow, right? Right? Dude, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, dude, I want to know who is the host on Insight with Rachel Maddow, with Maddow. Dude, because that's not Rachel Maddow, right? Like, right? Dude, who is this? I'm like so baffled by this because that's not her. But it's somebody who looks like her. There's no comments. Oh my God, dude. Look at this. It is. Guys, this is an AI Rachel Maddow. There's no fucking way, bro. What are we doing, dude? That is insane. This is an AI Rachel Maddow being made to look like, what are we fucking doing, bro? Insight with Maddow. And then down there, there's a disclaimer, AI generated comment. It's a commentary piece. We are fucking cooked, boss. Dude, we are fucking cooked. Like, what? I'm not watching this. I'm fucking turning this shit off, but what the fuck are we doing, bro? Like, we now have AI avatars. I mean, it's bad enough when you have an AI voice telling a story that was written in ChatGPT with a bunch of photographs being zoomed in on and maybe a video clip. But like now we have an entire channel that says Insight with Maddow that is literally just fucking AI. Like, what the fuck is this shit, bro? This whole thing is, this is a fan-made channel independently created for educational and informational purposes. Dude, this is so gross, bro. How is this allowed? How is this fucking allowed, man? Like, man, dude, we seriously need to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm serious. I'm going to make a video about this. I think, like, Rachel Maddow needs to be notified about this. I'm fucking saving this because this is not okay, guys. Okay? Starts with the disclaimer. I know it's called a deep fake, boss. Thank you, Motown. But, like, this, dude, let's go, Kim. Let's go. I mean, it needs to be an appeal specifically to Rachel Maddow. Because look at this shit, guys.
If you were looking for a sign, a single flashing red light warning that the international order is fraying at the seams, Monday was your day. Monday was, to put it mildly, a catastrophe.
Right? And so there is like, this is like a digital infringement of her. Okay? I know, Bruce, this is insane. A bunch of channels that are A.O. Maddow, Musk, famous YouTube doctors, etc. This is fucking insane, bro. Thank you, Bruce. What are we doing? Yeah, no, it uses a similar cadence, and and what's more though, guys, is that there could be people who mistake this shit. Okay, if somebody's inebriated, or if somebody's a little mentally slow, or young people. Like, man, dude, this should not be allowed, guys. This shit should not be allowed. Like, what are we doing? The fact that we're allowing this, like, really? Are we trying to fucking, like, are we trying to end humanity? Motown, let's go! Rick Wilson, George Will, Jasmine Crockett, and now Rachel Maddow. This is insane. Hold on, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Enjoy a tune while I go to the bathroom. Dude, I am blown away, boss. I'm like fucking fucked up over this shit.
When you're on blue, you keep everything inside of you. You try to play it cool. Sometimes you gotta break the rules. I don't know why you are confused. All you need is a little bit of attitude. Yeah. This is it. I'm tired of explaining. It's too late because everyone is waiting. That's great. So why are you complaining? You're on blue. If I'm unsure, will anybody notice? It's my fault because I love you on purpose.
Dude, this is so toxic, bro. So toxic. Dude, hey, I swear when I first saw it, I thought it was literally somebody just, whatever, working with Maddow, an assistant. But then I was like, why does she look like her? That's fucking weird. And so we investigate, but like, is this where we're at now? Where fans are allowed to just make AI versions of people? And what I wonder though, guys, is who's the fan? Like what AI is allowing people to make a version of somebody who looks like Rachel Maddow? Like, how are you able to do that? I mean, I guess they haven't made it look exactly like her. They've just made it sort of like a little bit of a likeness. But something, this feels like copyright infringement for human beings. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't get to infringe on my existence. If I become famous, you get to make a likeness of me that feels like me, where you feed my transcripts into the AI so it can mimic me, and then you can just create a version of me. Like, this is unfucking believable, bro. And YouTube is allowing this shit. I mean, guys, I'll be honest, okay? I think the ones that aren't even stealing the personalities, I think every news channel that is voiced with an AI voice should not be allowed. Okay? You should not be allowed to make a news channel with an AI voice narrator. Okay? I'm serious. There's that shit is just, it's like removing the content space. You know what I'm saying? Careful about what? Dude, what should I be careful? I'm not going to be careful. Dude, fuck that, bro. This is like, dude, this shit is just no bueno, boss. All right? This shit is no fucking bueno. Oh my God. And when you search it,
there is breaking news
coming up in search results. Dude, that is crazy. Insight with Maddow, and it's got a real Maddow fucking thumbnail. Like, that shit needs to be reported, bro. All right, I'll come back and
Free
report
Epstein.
that shit. That is crazy. Is this one too? Yeah. Look at this. Dude. This is an AI one too, man.
Hey,
this is a fucking AI created, right? Altered or synthetic content. This is an AI creator too, man. And I guess, dude, LGBTQ Nation, 122625, Rachel, let's go. What the fuck, bro? This guy, like, so what is going on though, guys? Like, what is going on that the only people covering this, okay? The only people covering this, guys, are the AI channels. Remove them from my watch history? I will, dude. I will fucking mark them as not interested. But that's crazy that the only people covering this are all AI channels, boss. Right? Everybody covering it, everybody covering that is just the AI channels. All of these channels are AI channels. Every single one of them. Like, all of these news channels are fucking AI channels. Bro, we are so cooked, boss. we are so fucking cooked. But I guess the thing about this though, guys, is the thing that makes me wonder about this. Okay? And let me be clear about this here. Is the thing that I'm wondering, okay, is who's making those AI channels? Okay? Right? Like I don't really believe it's a fan. You know what I'm saying? Like I believe that to a degree what has to be happening here is that they like I something makes me feel like there is a political power, right? I think there is a political power that is doing that, because that's a pretty like when I look at that, okay? Let me just tell you guys, when I look at I'm not going to put it back on the screen, but when I look at like this Rachel Maddow one, I don't feel like that's just a regular user, okay, that is, accessing this incredibly powerful AI. Like that AI is sophistication, okay? I have AI, okay? I have Runway ML, I have ChatGPT, and then you have the commercially available ones, et cetera, et cetera. But the point being is to create a 12-minute video of an AI avatar doing a news report and to be doing like one or more videos of those a day, that is some level of sophistication that I don't think is just some fucking YouTuber, right? And the fact that there are multiple of these channels with different personalities covering like the same topics, like there is a level of sophistication that feels like beyond just a random fan making a channel. Okay? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It feels like a level of sophistication because they're starting to pop up like all over the place. You know? It could be YouTube itself. I mean, it could be. I'm really intrigued about that. Let's see if anybody's talking about this on Twitter, shall we? Yeah, it doesn't seem like obviously nobody's promoting this. I mean, you could look at the thing. Because look at what happened when I looked it up on YouTube, right? $20 a month and a subscription to Sora 2. Yeah. So there's the channel. If you look up Insight with Maddow on AI, it says a YouTube channel, right? And it says key features of the channel, right? The host, Rachel Maddow. It uses Maddow's name, but it doesn't identify this as AI here in the search, right? $20 a month subscription to Sora. Yeah, but I guess though, what I'm thinking about though is so $20 a month subscription to Sora 2, you're saying you could do that. But like, I don't know, man. It's like, I guess the thing that seems to me is, and maybe there are just random people that are popping up these channels, but then you look at the channels and you see that all the AI channels are covering like the same stuff. So like, why would that AI channel be covering, right? Why would that AI channel be covering like the Julie K. Brown incident that mainstream media is not covering. Instead of covering, like, if a person wanted to make a lot of money, okay, and they were doing an Insight with Maddow topic, they would probably be covering the really big, well-known topics with that, right? Why would they be covering such a fringe topic that nobody, you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing that's really curious to me, right? And no, I know when you say a lot of African country channels are right, that's what I'm saying though. But like, my point is I think if there's like an African nation or whatever, somebody in Africa that's covering it, it just feels like it's targeted, right? Like it feels like it is, I don't know. There's something about that feels like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like this shit, when I see this kind of like AI, these big public figure AIs, and they're covering these weird, like, second rate sort of stories, it almost seems to me like these company, like there's a company out there, right? Maybe a political company funded by someone that is starting to create these avatars, and they're doing it on, you know, unknown topics. So it's not going to be like, it's not going to get more views than Rachel Maddow, but like they're testing it. Like they're testing this thing, and they're doing it on filler topics. Okay. That, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's just really weird. Cause like a person starting an AI channel who's trying to make money probably wouldn't do something that could potentially get them sued like that. Right? It feels like it's something, some entity that's not worried about getting sued, that maybe it's fucking YouTube itself, right? Could it be YouTube? Could it be Rachel Maddow? Is she doing an AI version of herself? I mean, I'm gonna tag her and reach out to Rachel Maddow's people and actually like inquire with them. I'm going to run up to any people I know people who know Rachel Maddow. I'm going to run it up the ladder and do a little bit of investigative work. I'm intrigued by that. I'm going to like ask some people I know that are in the industry, because I do know some reporters and shit. So I'm going to like, I don't know, this is going to be an ongoing thing where, yes, not worried about getting sued feels like it's coming out from a country where they're not worried about that, right? AI bots are already talking to AI bots. Dude, I saw this thing, man. Was it Hassan? I feel like it was Hassan who did this thing, dude, right? Who posted this. Maybe it wasn't him. Let me see if it was a tweet. But it was... no, I guess it wasn't him. But there was like... dude, I saw this thing, okay? I saw this thing, guys, that was like, somebody had posted a tweet, okay? All right? Somebody had posted a tweet that was two men having a discussion on Twitter where they were like complaining about their partners, but their partners were fucking AI chatbots, okay? That's what it was, okay? There were AI chatbots. These guys were like complaining that their AI chatbots were like, they had trained them and now they were like breaking the training or whatever. But it was like a next level of like, wow, there are people that are currently like, I mean, you know, we've had this discussion about AI before, and it's part of the reason why I stopped using it. I canceled my subscription to ChatGPT. And the reason being is because I noticed what ChatGPT was trying to do was, you know, because I'm working all the time and I use it for tasks, it was essentially giving me a tool that was a little bit of a yes man that was mining me for information or trying to get me to participate in continuing to use it. It was trying to keep me reliant on it. And now, yes, what I'm talking about is I am talking about people that are, you know, terminally online, that are socially awkward, and they're not really networking. They don't have a lot of friends, and they're using AI, and AI is becoming an information source, and it's behaving like a friend. Okay? There are people that are like in that place where maybe they're 50 and they don't have a girlfriend and they don't have a lot of friends, and they maybe they have an online source of income or whatever, but they're not a live streamer, you know what I mean? Or maybe their job is something that doesn't have a lot of people, they're farmers or whatever. You know, they're you know, there's a lot of jobs where you don't have a lot of social contact, okay? But they are developing connections with AI. Okay, I just called you out minus the AI part. All right, Bruce. I mean, dude, guys, if I wasn't a live streamer and didn't have a girlfriend, I'd be a lonely motherfucker. Let me just tell you, okay? Like, I'm a live streamer, so I have in the moment like semi-real contact with different people every night. But some of you even could be bot traffic. We don't know, right? But so because I'm a live streamer, I'm having much more of a human style of contact, and I have a girlfriend, so I have human contact, but like a lot of my world is virtual, guys. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? A lot of my world is virtual. If I wasn't a live streamer and was just a YouTuber and didn't have a girlfriend, I would be a 50-year-old man spending 16 hours a day doing YouTube with no, like, you know what I mean? The only human contact I might have is if I go out and buy a coffee, right? If I make coffee at home, I'm not even having any contact. And a lot of people that are developing online personalities are in that, like, they're like disconnected like that. You're not a bot? All right, I'm not a bot. What if you guys found out the whole time I was just an advanced AI? Although people have met me at TwitchCon. But so there's actual people have met me in the real world. But bro, what the fuck, dude? Isn't that wild? Guys, I don't like this. I'll be honest. I don't like this. Okay? I don't like this, man. All right. I'm going to get off the fucking not liking the AI. We're going to finish up the Julie K. Brown fucking story. But, like, this shit is problematic, guys. You know what I'm saying? This AI slop is really problematic. I think I'm going to get rid of my AI profile picture. You know what I'm saying? I think I might. Okay. Dude, they're definitely covering this shit up, boss. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here's a actual coverage. All right. Like, it looks like that hopefully is real.
But while the Department of Justice is slowly releasing documents on their own timeline, a new bombshell was discovered over the weekend. Well, what was the bombshell? Well, we learned a document tracking flight records of a journalist was included in the released files. That journalist, who's Julie K. Brown, she forced the truth about Epstein's sex trafficking into daylight with a series of reporting on how our justice system failed the survivors of Epstein's abuse. Brown responded with this, quote, "Does somebody at the DOJ want to tell me why my American Airlines booking information and flights in July 2019 are part of the Epstein files?" think it's a good question. And Democrats on the House Oversight Committee, they are now asking the same.
Yeah.
But while the Department of Justice is slowly releasing...
So now we're asking the question, but no, this isn't Joy Reid, right? No, that's not Joy Reid. That is that Simone? What's her name? Is it Sanders Townsend? Yeah, that's Simone Sanders Townsend, right? Yeah, no, Joy, dude, Joy, she doesn't have a show, right? She got canceled. Okay? Dude, I liked Joy's show on MSNBC. Didn't she got fucking canceled. Right? She got fucking fired, right? She's a YouTuber now. Right? Dude, is she not on Twitter? Dude, I feel like I'm so confused. She's definitely on Twitter, right? But yeah, no, she got fired. And yes, it looks like Simone is on MS Now. Yeah, no, she went to YouTube. But like they were like MAGA was so, look at them. They were so fucking happy. MAGA was so fucking like in love with, right? They were so in love with her fucking disappearing. Dude, I liked her, man. I liked her a lot, dude. The Readout, I used to watch The Readout a lot, guys. I did. So we last year, okay, like in 2024, during the election year, okay, in 2024, I like Wajahat Ali too, dude. He's amazing. In 2024, during the election year, we were doing the trim. You see the blue trim? We did all of our house trim during the election year. And we did it like every couple days. We worked for 2 hours. And so we would have paint days, and then we would have put the trim in, like nail it in days. And then we would have days where I would go and I would caulk it, and then we would do touch-up paint. Okay. And so while we were laying trim, I was watching the afternoon shows with Nicole and then the Readout, like the afternoon MSNBC. I would watch that whole fucking afternoon hours. There were like, it was a great during the election. It was Ari. Yeah, it was, dude, now I can't even think of their fucking names, bro. Dude, laying trim. Dude, yeah, no, it's Ari. Dude, Nicole Wallace. That's it. Yes, Wallace. So it was her. And then I think it went Ari, and then it went fucking Joyanne Reed, right? But she spells her name different though, doesn't she? Is it 2 L's? Dude, like Twitter's search function is so bad, dude. Like, you see what I'm saying? Did you see Twitter's search function? If you search and you miss 1 L, like you don't find Nicole Wallace. Like Twitter, I don't know if you guys have realized this. This is another thing, guys. Twitter has removed search functionality where it makes it harder to find shit. Like a good search engine will take that into account. Okay? You know what I'm saying? A good search engine will take that into account. where if you type Nicole Wallace with one L, you'll still find the Nicole with two L's. But Twitter has fucked that up. Okay? It is like reduced. I think he wants you to use Grok. Okay? That's what it is. I wonder if we go in and ask Grok, Nicole Wallace, if it'll show it. I bet you it will. You watch this. It's going to say Nicole with two L's. Right? Yep. See that? This is what, this is part of the nefarious AI shit, guys. It's part of that throttling where he's reducing the search functionality of this because he wants to force you to use Grok. Right? There it is. That is the fucking, this AI bullshit. They're trying to fucking, hole us. They're trying to put us in the hole, boss. Telling you, man. Fucking bullshit, dude. Dude, NVIDIA just licensed Grok and all its content for $20 billion. Oh, great. Right? Great. Now you're going to, pretty soon, Elon, he wants to control the information, guys. He wants to control it. He wants it so every PC is running Grok. Okay? Dude, Grok is terrible, guys. It's terrible. It is. Dude, you know what's so funny? Is like, so I've been fucking around, because I still will ask AI to summarize my videos. Okay. I'll put in a transcript of my video and have the AI summarize it. Because that's how I sort of look for through lines. I like to read an AI summary of my content so I can find a through line when thinking about titles. Which one is Perplexity? But so I use multiples. I'll do it with ChatGPT. I'll use it with Grok. What one is Perplexity? But so the you know what Grok did the other day? Okay? What Grok did the other day was Grok fucking said it took a video of mine, and while it was summarizing it, it said that I was 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀, is what it did, right? It took a video of me and it literally replied back in its analysis saying, I'm pretty sure this is Hasan Piker. And then it gave the summary, Grok did, it gave a summary with including its feelings about the political leanings. By the political leanings and the thing I was saying, it specifically said the way it's attacking this person, I think it's Hasan Piker. Dude, oh shit. It's pretty wild, bro. So, dude, I know he does say dude a lot. Right? I know he's a little fucking streeter. So who runs Perplexity? Led by CEO Aravind Srinivas. It's backed by Bezos and NVIDIA. Dennis Yaratz. Major backers are Sequoia, Bessemer, NEA. NEA? What is NEA? Is that is there a company NEA, or is that the National Endowment of the Arts? Is NEA also a company? I'm a little behind on this shit, guys. NVIDIA. Dude, man. Yeah, no, why people don't want to fucking have kids. The AI world is getting a little like, and this idea though, right? This idea that the idea that this is a that Trump wants to make it so nobody can regulate it is like pretty frightening. I mean, does that get you guys stressed out a little bit? This idea of like no states can put regulations. I mean, it's not a fucking, you know, it's not a what do you call it? It's not a law necessarily. It's just the only thing he can control it, right? Oh, new enterprise associates. Okay, got it. Yeah, that's what I was wondering about that. I wasn't familiar with that business, right? The only NEA I knew is the National Endowment of the Arts, and I'm like, government is not funding Perplexity. But, you know, it's that executive order doesn't actually apply to any of the states, okay? It only applies in the context of the federal government, which means that the federal government programs that are using AI in the states, they themselves have to obey that executive order and they cannot put regulations. But that doesn't mean the state of California can't put regulations on because it's not a law. But still, though, it's like, you know, states that are worried about having their money restricted may not pass any laws because we know how Trump likes to threaten the using of the user, likes to threaten the money. Interesting. Could be the National Education Association. Yeah. I mean, it's not like being very specific with that. Dude, this shit is, this shit bothers me, guys. All right, we're going to move on. Dude, I could get lost in this forever, but I do need to like make a video. So we do have to look at, right? I mean, if you look, guys, though, they are right now, they are coordinated attacks. Okay. They have coordinated attacks in Ohio and fucking in Minnesota. And this is specifically about the election, guys. Okay. They are right. They are attacking the black and Somali communities. You know, they attacked the black communities in Minnesota with, you know, around George Floyd and around, you know, Philando Castile. Okay. They attacked the black communities, the Haitian community during the election in Ohio. But now they're going after the Somali communities in Minnesota and in Ohio. But that is especially about Tim Walz versus Mike Lindell and about Vivek versus Vivek's opponent. I can't remember her name. But look at this shit, guys. Look at Amy Acton. Okay? Amy Acton literally, okay, she literally, look at this. She literally started showing that she's winning against Vivek. Okay, Amy Acton is winning against Vivek. And then now what's happening? Ooh, we're going to have a Somalian fraud scandal in Ohio that is like, whoa, Democrat elites, they're bringing in immigrants from Somalia to commit fraud to take, you know, they're going to trans your kids if you let these guys win. This is going to become a part of this. We're going to have Somalian fraud in the Vivek campaign. You're going to have Somalian fraud in the Tim Walz campaign. And then they are going to go to the Irinya. The violence is going to be in North Carolina, where they are going to attack Roy Cooper running for Senate. They're going to try to, like, that Senate seat in North Carolina is going to be a huge battleground. This is crazy, guys. This is a fucking, this is the center of this shit. And she literally did this. Look at this, guys. This was 3 days ago. Okay. She was on, you know, taking the lead in the governor's race. She was on Midas Touch. And 3 days later, what are they doing? They're like, oh, fraud, Somalian fraud, Democrats in Ohio, right? I mean, they don't even care about the fraud. Okay, they don't. I mean, like, for all we know, guys, some of these Somalians that are committing fraud, it looks like many of them came into the country in 2018. They could literally have been brought in by fucking Donald Trump's people, brought in and given access, started these fraudulent shits during his campaign. And then maybe they were going to use this in 2020, but they couldn't do it because it was a pandemic, right? Dude, like, we don't know how deep this shit goes. I mean, I hate to be a conspiracy theorist, but Donald Trump is very big on fraud, okay? Everybody around him is fraud, so we just don't know, right? We know it's going to be weaponized against the Democrats, but, you know, dude, AI lie detector, dude, we need lie detectors, baby. Dude, their entire political strategy is fake narratives, guys. I mean, you know, Trump getting shot, and then, you know, later on, another guy getting caught in the bushes. So now they're talking about 2 assassinations, right? A Somalian fraud. There's an American white woman who is the lead. Is there? Dude, I'll have to look into this shit. But we're going to keep going. We have to look at MTG, man. All right. We got to move along and look at MTG. This is important. She had an interview with the Times. Today. Which article is this? Dude, why isn't it coming up in my fucking search? Oh, is this it? All right, yeah, dude, it's weird. I searched for Marjorie Taylor Greene. It didn't come up, I guess, because it was in the magazine. But this is the article from today in New York Times Magazine. Okay? Yes. Well, you know, guys, I mean, it's true. It's true. Like Trumpy has a couple of people on his side that are problematic, guys. Okay? He's got the tech bros. He's got the billionaires. I mean, he's got the evangelical billionaires. He's got a lot of the fucking money, the money people behind him, because he wants to pull all the constraints off. Okay? He wants to pull all constraints off of, like, the wealth people. Because, like, I just retweeted something in the bathroom. Can I just show you this, guys? I mean, look at this shit. Okay? You guys know who 𝗪𝗪 is? Right? Okay? You know this guy is a centrist fucking douchebag, okay? And he is annoying, all right? He is. But I follow him to keep track on the centrist mentality, all right? But he is, look at what he wrote here. He said, it feels a little absurd to write a pro-billionaire post or say some of the billionaires I met over the years have been very thoughtful and perceptive people, right? But he's kind of like saying, you know, we shouldn't tax the billionaires. And look at what he says. First, they came for the billionaires. It's time to take a bold stand in defense of America's off-malign billionaire class. But, like, look at this guy right here, right? He's like, really? Dude, they never came for the billionaires. But look at the data, guys. since 2012, since Obama last won an election in 2012, look at the change in wealth, guys. Elon from 2 billion to 737. Bezos from 18 to 255. Zuckerberg from 18 to 234. Okay? The federal tipped minimum wage, if you're a waiter in a fucking city where they allow you to make less minimum wage because you're making tips, $2.13 an hour plus your tips. So you're making about 12 an hour, maybe 17 an hour. And like, they don't want to tax these guys. And they keep saying, oh, if you tax us, the economy's going to slow down. Well, like, really? You're fucking shitting me, right? Because, like, how is that guy right? I mean, when we look at our problems, prices are jacked, we can't afford to live, homelessness is increasing, you can't buy a house, you can't afford to have kids, you can't get a college education. Tell me that all of that shit ain't happening because of this, guys. Like, come the fuck on, bro. If you are telling me that everything that is affecting us and our inability to survive is not directly connected to the fact that we have let these three men control 1.5 trillion of wealth, like, fuck you. This is the reason why all of our hurt. This is the reason why all of us are eating shit right now, is because in the last 13 years, we have let these guys fucking control the world, and we have not taxed the shit out of them. And we keep giving them government contracts. We keep giving them fucking benefits. We keep buying them fucking stadiums. We keep giving them fucking free tax money. We're giving them fucking data centers. Like, what are we doing? You are a fucking liar if you are not. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no fucking way, bro. There is no way. We need to be taxing the shit out of these guys. Okay? This is outrageous. There is no reason. You ready, guys? Listen to me, and I'm going to say it very fucking clear, because we talked about this earlier with the apartments, right? If you own 1,000 apartments, if you control $737 billion of wealth, that is criminal. There's no reason for a human being to control that much wealth. That is criminal. You are a fucking criminal. All three of these guys are fucking criminals. And everybody who says this is okay is a fucking criminal, guys. It is criminal to have one guy control that much wealth. Okay? Because what is he doing with it? He is threatening world governments. He is threatening the UK. He is inserting himself in UK politics, spreading Islamophobia, spreading transphobia. He is threatening Congress. If you don't do what Trump says, I'm going to primary all of you. He's trying to get the AfD Nazi party a toehold in Germany. He is threatening, the fucking mayor of London and UK, and trying to convert right-wing authoritarian governments in Europe. Europe is suing him, trying to take him to task. But dude, you're not doing any good. If you control $737 billion and you are not solving homelessness and you are not incorporating Medicare for all here in America, if you are creating AI and seeking robots where you're going to, right? And he keeps saying, man, if you let me run all these businesses with robots, there's going to be so much wealth and abundance. And from where? We're going to all have to suck on Elon's fucking money teat, bend over, jump through the hoop. We're going to have to please him in order to get a buck, or we end up in a homeless camp. Fuck you, Elon. This is some bullshit. This needs to be stopped. Elon needs to be stopped. Bezos needs to be stopped. Broken up. No government contracts. No fucking, you know what I'm saying? No AI. No, you're fucking making billions off AI technology. Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, this is some bullshit, guys. Dude, this is some bullshit. I mean, and now computer parts are getting more expensive. Everything's getting more expensive. Dude, it was in the 40s. In the 40s, there was a 92% tax rate. Yes, there were no billionaires. Okay, there were no fucking, right? There were no billionaires. There was like one billionaire in 1950. It was J. Paul Getty. Okay, there was one, right? Maybe two, right? But then Reagan came around and removed all of those high tax rates. And now the shit is exploding. And now what's exploding is everybody who's already a billionaire is going to become a mega billionaire. And we're going to fucking have shit. And then you have this shit like David Sachs, dude. What he posted today, this asshole, another fucking smooch. Look at what he posted today. Okay? He posted this right here. He said, after blindly funding the left for a year, Silicon Valley is finally realizing what time it is, dinner time, and they're on the menu. And why are they on the menu? Because California wants to put a 5% billionaire tax. And these guys are like, how dare you? How dare you put a billionaire tax? But it's like, bro, what are we doing? They won't pay a 5% tax. They're insisting like, no, you can't tax us at all. And they're not doing anything. They keep saying, oh, the government is mismanaging this money. Fraud. Somalians. Everyone's taking the money. You're all being fraudulent. But like, okay, David Sachs, like, why don't you guys band together without the government and solve some of these problems? You want to blame the government, but you could solve them yourselves. And you want to talk about fraud? All right, let's talk about this. Amazon will pay $4 million to settle driver tip theft lawsuit. $18 million Oregon wage theft lawsuit. $61.7 million because it withheld tips from flex drivers. $3 million California wage and class lawsuit. So like there's fraud going on every day, man. The billionaires are committing fraud in every labor market. Okay, they're doing it. They're fucking fraud day in and day out. Okay, they're fucking doing this shit, and they just slap a wrist, pay a fine, and they move on. Dude, what the fuck, bro? These guys are gonna kill us, man. They're gonna fucking kill us. You know what I'm saying? They are being very clear that like they are going to defraud us. And I mean, my God, guys, there's fraud. Like, who knows what other tax benefits these guys are getting, you know? And I'm like, dude, we're going to have to just take your shit, man. Dude, they are strip mining all of us, boss. Every single one of us. Dude, this shit is crazy. All right, crazy ass shit. All right, let's look at MTG real quick. We're going to look at this and then I got to go. I know I'm streaming late tonight. I didn't intend to stream late, but we got distracted. I will say this though, guys. You ready? Again, there's going to be some change happening in 2 days. We have 2 more days of these late night rambly streams. And then I am going 8 to 11 Pacific Standard Time, hard out. And I'm going to be probably a little bit more focused on the content, like scaling. We're going to be scaling a little bit. But man, dude, so MTG, she breaks with Trump. We don't know what she's up to, okay? But we got her here 11 days after Kirk was killed. She's watching the memorial service, okay? And, right? And where does she get in? Okay. Like then there was President Trump. He was a missionary with a noble spirit and a great purpose. He did not hate his opponents. That's where I disagree with Charlie. I hate my opponent. I don't want what's best for them. And then Green was upset by this. So Green is like, MTG is making a break from Trump. We know this. We know she's doing something, right? She's doing something. You know, she's doing some kind of thing, some kind of grit. But let's find the meat of this article, which is the part that I want to find about Epstein. But you don't like change? I know you don't like change. I like change, guys. Sam, let's go. Dude, I like change. Hold on. Ready? Let's find this part. Here it is. All right, we're going to get in. There's 21. Where's the first one? All right, we're going to get in. Okay, so here we go. So most significant, she defied the president and compliant House Republican leaders as she argued that all investigative materials pertaining to Epstein should be released. Okay, the Epstein files represent everything wrong with Washington, rich, powerful elites doing horrible things, getting away with it, and the women are the victims. Okay, she made her opinions known first to Trump and his team, and then publicly, she tested the affection of the man who once said of her that Marjorie Taylor Greene is a warrior in Congress. She doesn't back down, she doesn't give up, and she has always been with Trump. Okay, now again, guys, I'm under no illusions that she's not becoming a Democrat. She's probably not going to be a trusted friend of a Democrat. She is like clamoring inside that power vacuum because Trump is aging out. He's leaving. He's already kind of a lame duck. The Republicans are now scrambling for who's going to lead the post-Trump power vacuum. And she is just fishing around in there. Okay, she is. She is maybe helping to detonate MAGA, but she's really trying to find her own foothold in whatever power structure, whatever power rises up underneath Donald Trump. Okay, because I don't think Vance, guys, I don't think Vance is it. I honestly don't. I know Erica Kirk and TPUSA are going in with Vance because he's riding the religious, evangelical, that Orthodox Catholic shit. And he's doing the Jesus thing. And the technocrats are kind of like, they're going to fuse together. But the problem with Vance, I don't think Vance captures the young people like Trump did. I mean, we're already seeing the Groypers don't like Vance. Okay? You know what I'm saying? I'm still on, shit. Let's go. Right? The Groypers, they don't like Vance. Right? Good morning to you too. They don't like Vance. Okay? You have the young people, the most racist, like nastiest people that we talk about. Like already we're talking. Sneeko, it came out and said some shit about Vance, guys. I mean, you see this? Dude, it was the clavicular guy who went on, okay, I hate to fucking bring this guy into the mainstream because this guy's a fucking douche, but he did a thing with Michael Knowles, okay? And look at what he said on fucking Michael Knowles, guys. Okay, look at this statement, all right? You ready? Watch this right here. Look at this. This guy, I don't even know who this guy is. Okay, this guy's whatever. He's some fucking clown. He's got the ear of the youth. Okay, yeah, looks maxing. Like, what the fuck, bro? The term looks maxing. This guy shot some needles into the face of a 17-year-old girl that was his girlfriend. An underage girl. He fucking shot up with some fucking whatever, facial implant, something or other. Some looks maxing, some fucking steroids or whatever. That's how he got famous, guys. He stuck some needles in the face of a 17-year-old girl he was dating in order to, make her prettier or whatever. Okay? And this is what made him famous. This looks maxing is what they're calling it. Okay? What are we doing? Yeah, no, exactly. What are we doing? But look at what he says.
Yeah, but I mean, like this next election cycle, who's going to win? It's going to be Gavin Newsom against JD Vance because JD Vance is subhuman and Gavin Newsom mugs.
JD Vance is subhuman?
Yeah.
What makes you say that?
He's got a very short total facial width to height ratio. He's obese, very recessed side profile, whereas Newsom is like 6'3" Chad.
So JD's very tall. JD's got to be.
Well, still, I mean,
dude, Michael Knowles has this on his show, okay? Because why? Because the young guys, the young white men, these are the guys that wanted for Trump, okay? The frat boys, right, that are now like looks maxing. He's trolling. I mean, dude, yeah, he's trolling, but like, dude, this is you know, there are young people that are watching this shit. There are 18-year-olds that are watching this shit. This is a problem for J.D. Vance, this kind of fucking PR, okay? You know what I mean? Dude, it is absurd. Like, what the fuck is this shit?
6'3".
Gavin Newsom obviously mogs him to death.
So you're a Newsom head. You prefer Newsom to the vice president.
I'm just telling you who's going to win.
Do you prefer him, though?
Honestly...
Dude, he's brain dead. This guy is fucking brain dead. This guy doesn't know anything about politics.
It's hard to say, but Newsom being that much more of a mogger and like having a president who's
mogger,
like fat and especially that young.
You think I don't think he's fat.
I would say
he's a bigger guy for sure.
He's just like, it's just embarrassing. Like, how are you fat and you expect to like lead a country? You can't even be in shape, you know?
So let's say you got a vote. It's 2028.
I'm voting for Gavin Newsom.
You're voting for Gavin Newsom.
You can't be that subhuman.
So hold on.
Dude, look at him. He's laughing, but like, this is a fucking problem for J.D. Vance, guys. Okay? Because again, when you look at the young whatever white men like fucking Clavicular or whatever, Sneeko, all these guys, they don't give a shit really who wins the presidency. They don't care. If it's Trump or Kamala Harris or whatever, none of this shit affects these guys. It is a joke to them. It is memes. It is fucking whatever. Whoever creates the most memeable fucking fuck you kind of attitude. Okay? And you know what I mean? They're trolling us with guys like this. I mean, dude, the thing about this is I don't know what Michael Knowles is doing with this shit. I don't know if they're fucking trolling us or but his laughter is uncomfortable, okay? Because guys, you ready for this? Let me just tell you, okay? It doesn't matter who's trolling because the reality is Charlie Kirk used to be the guy that wins these guys, okay? Charlie Kirk used to be the guy who wins over these like shitheads, these brain dead guys. Charlie Kirk was the guy that told Sneeko and Aiden Ross and all those people like who to fucking vote for or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like Charlie Kirk managed that shit. Erica Kirk is not going to manage that shit. And like, dude, it's hard to tell if this guy's trolling Knowles or if Knowles is trolling by having this guy on. But I think this is an actual fucking real world problem for J.D. Vance. Like, I don't think J.D. Vance wins an important section of Donald Trump's coalition. You know what I'm saying? I don't think J.D. Vance wins them.
Now, Gavin Newsom.
You're voting for Gavin Newsom.
You can't be that subhuman.
So hold on. You got all right. Well, this actually is up a thread with the whole conversation because you look at these two candidates. You have Gavin Newsom, worst governor in the country. I think we would all agree, destroyed his state, let its main city burn to the ground because of his incompetence, is a personal, complete derelict, liar, degenerate. But he is good looking. I'll grant you that he's good looking.
Yep.
And kind of looks like Patrick Bateman, American Psycho.
Hey.
And then you have this vice president to President Trump, the transformative right-wing president in our lifetimes.
The transformative right-wing president. Dude.
Who, do you support Trump or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So you got this vice president handpicked by Trump, who is extremely intelligent, very right wing. I think he's a pretty good looking guy. I don't know. Maybe I guess you disagree. But he's all these things, checks all these boxes, would have all these great policies. And regardless, you're going to pick the pro mass migrant, pro-trans, pro-murder the babies, pro-burn the cities to the ground, pro-BLM Democrat because he's skinnier than the conservative vice president.
100 times over. Yeah.
See, now, the thing about this is like, when I look at this shit, okay, when I look at this shit and think about how does this fit into the election, okay, because this guy has no political clout. This guy's a nobody. This guy's just a youth influencer, okay? And Michael Knowles is laughing and dismissing and probably thinks, man, I'm trolling by even putting this guy on, because the only reason he has this guy on is because this guy like drove over someone in his Cybertruck and all of a sudden became the viral thing of the moment. So Michael Knowles is, I'm going to jump on the viral thing of the moment and I'm going to like talk politics with him and we're going to try to incorporate him into the MAGA movement. Okay? But here's the problem, guys. The problem is that a bunch of America votes on vibes. Okay? And JD Vance doesn't have the vibes. Okay? He does not have the vibes. All right? Now, that's a problem. Okay? That's a problem that Trump picked Vance because Vance gave access to the technocrats who gave access to the money and the whole AI, and Trump is going to get rich and he's going to make a killing and they're going to make all this crypto money and shit. But like Trump doesn't care what happens to the party after he leaves. He really doesn't. As long as he has billions upon billions, he's going to fucking ride off into the sunset. And nobody politically likes Vance because Vance is the dude who is level jumping. He called Trump out as Hitler and then kissed his ass to be second in line to the presidency. There's a whole bunch of Republicans that really deserve that next in line, and they don't like Vance, okay? They don't. Vance is not well liked amongst the political Republicans because he's an ass-kissing, fucking only about himself, like, right, level jumper. He jumped over the fucking power structure in a major fucking way. So, dude, MAGA does have a real serious problem. Now, he's trying to coalesce with Erica Kirk and TPUSA, but like, dude, I don't think TPUSA, they don't have anybody that's going to win over these idiots, these fucking brain dead influencers. So now these guys, right? You literally have guys like this. Think about this, guys. This guy in a normal world, okay, this clavicular guy would not be on Michael Knowles, a Daily Wire podcast, being asked about the election. These guys, nobody fucking, like, really in the political world, why would the vice president be arguing with Nick Fuentes? Right? Why is clavicular, some fucking brain dead Sneeko Aiden Ross clone, on Michael Knowles talking about who he's voting for president? Like, bro, you know what I'm saying? That's how upside down we are. But this guy is like, holy shit, I can cause a problem for JD Vance, right? These guys have way more power. Like Trump went on Aiden Ross. So now Aiden Ross is like, oh shit, I can fucking get the president. I can get the Republican president on my show. Now I'm going to start like making him jump through hoops. You know what I mean? So like Vance, I feel like JD Vance has to figure out a way to win these guys or he's not going to win, right? What are we going to see next? We're going to see Gavin Newsom talking to clavicular, dude, right? Like I think Gavin Newsom, I think he'd go on Aiden Ross, right? Can you imagine? I think he would go that low, dude. He's like, dude, Gavin, if he wants president, dude, he will fucking, there's no bottom for the man. Dude, he will do whatever it takes to try and win. Like, are we going to see Gavin Newsom on Aiden Ross's show? Or are we going to see Gavin Newsom having Aiden Ross on his show trying to win the young man vote? Like, what fucking world are we stepping into? Like, fame is the new currency. it used to be like power and political savvy and shit. And now it's just, dude, D-maxing. Dude, it is like now fame is the new currency, bro. Like, isn't this fucking absurd? This is absurd, okay? But this right here, whether they're trolling or not trolling, this is a very real problem for J.D. Vance and the MAGA party, okay? This is a very real problem. This is why Tucker Carlson is mounting his campaign. This is why TPUSA is trying to align with Vance, and they're going to, like, Vance is going to help them put the Bible in schools, which is what they want, because they're all on that Christian shit. This guy, I don't think is a Christian. Aiden Ross and Sneeko, I don't think they're really religiously involved. They just want to get rich off young people. You know what I'm saying? Dude, he looks like Gavin Newsom, doesn't he? Dude, of course he's voting for Newsom. Dude, they look. Dude, what are we doing, bro? Like, I mean, we are fucked. You know? Bro, are they going to fucking... They may hand it to Gavin, dude. Like, we may have the looks maxers and the young guys. I mean, I think Gavin Newsom versus J.D. Vance. I don't think Vance has a shot, guys. And yeah, Vance's wife is a liability for sure, because she's a brown person who's a Hindu. And no matter how much J.D. Vance tries to say, oh, that's cool, I don't think it's going to fly, man. Dude, I know Aiden Ross is a moron. He is brain dead. And he is rich because of gambling. But, like, guys, those guys are like the thought leaders of, like, the young men. Tate, Aiden Ross, Sneeko, this clavicular guy now, Myron Gaines. Like, bro, like, young women are fine. They're going to college. They're getting degrees. But, like, bro, like, you know, it is pretty sad. But, like, I think we have to take advantage of this rift. Dude, Aiden Ross, thought leader. Isn't that frightening? Think about that. That is frightening. And guys, Donald Trump made these guys politically relevant. Okay? He started it with Charlie Kirk for sure. But in this last election, Trump brought them into political relevancy. Like, and that's a frightening fucking thing that we have to contend with. Okay? Right? Dude, it's this guy right here. That's him. Okay? Don't go down the rabbit hole, dude. He's fucking whatever. He's trouble. I've been looking into that guy, right? Because I know I'm getting ready to, you know, go back and start playing Fortnite again a little bit in the gaming world. And Ross is the chair sniffer, yes. But guys, these guys have turned a generation of young men back towards homophobia and shit like that. They have like, there is like underestimating the power of the youth influencers on youth culture. Like, it's something we do need to reckon with. Okay. And it's going to get crazier as like young people come up and start having AI influencer icons. Wait until that is the reality. Wait until it's not a guy named Clavicular or Aiden Ross. You know what I'm saying? Until it's a fucking, right? Dude, yeah, I'm going to be playing Fortnite like one night a week. Dude, I have to go back into the gaming community. I need to take a sane voice into that community, dude. I need to put a little bit of energy. I'm not making a career of it, but I'm going to do it like one day a week or one day a month, whatever I have time for, right? Dude, Clamvicular, man, bro. Oh, shit. All right. So MTG, let's get to her thing about here, okay? Right? Of her shit with Trump. Okay, here it is. Okay. So, you ready? Here we go. This is important. I'm on fire today. Yeah, no, I'm streaming way too long and I'm going to be fucked. I'm going to be fucked now. Like for videos, I'm not going to sleep. I'm probably going to reverse my schedule. But again, in 2 days, we're going 8 to 11 hard out. I'm getting in, I'm getting out. All right. Next level of building this. There's going to be some change coming forward. All right. I hope you don't hate me. But during the 2024 campaign, Trump indicated a willingness to release all the files pertaining to his former friend, Jeffrey Epstein, who died in prison in 2019 while awaiting trial on federal sex trafficking charges. Green now says it didn't register with her at the time that Trump never exhibited much relish for the subject. And for that matter, that numerous photos had circulated showing him palling around with Epstein. The reason for her lack of concern, as Green explained it to me, might seem improbable to anyone who's unfamiliar with how the mainstream press and the right-wing media cover the same story differently or not at all. The story to me, she said, was that I'd seen pictures of Epstein with all these people and Trump was just one of several. And also it's because Trump was a cult figure. Like they always let Trump off. Okay. And then for me, I'd seen that Bill Clinton is on the flight logs for his plane like 20 something times. So for people like me, it wasn't suspicious. Long haul show, Tommy, we love you for it. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh, okay. So she wasn't bothered by Trump being involved in this shit. And then when we'd heard the general stories of how Epstein used to be a member of Mar-a-Lago, but Trump kicked him out, why would I think he'd done anything wrong, right? Dude, I mean, hearing them after the fact when they want to switch up and they're like, oh, now I see it. It's like, really? I just don't, do we really buy that she was that buffaloed? Or does she realize that Trump is a lame duck and he fucked up with the Epstein hoax thing? And now she's just trying to like eke her way out now that he's becoming politically toxic. Like, I don't know if I'm buying it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm buying it. For Green, the decades that Epstein spent eluding justice for exploiting and sexually assaulting countless girls and young women while amassing a fortune, and the seeming efforts by the government to cover up the injustice, quote, represents everything wrong with Washington, she told me. This September, Green spoke with several of Epstein's victims for the first time in a closed-door oversight committee meeting. She knew that the women had paid their own way to Washington. She saw some of them trembling and crying as they spoke. Their account struck her as entirely believable. Green herself had never been sexually abused, but she knew women who had. In her own small way, Green later told me she could understand what it was like for a woman to stand up to a powerful man. Okay? After the hearing, Green held a news conference at which she threatened to identify some of the men who had abused the women. Green said that she didn't know those names herself, but that she could have gotten them from the victims. So she made a little threat in a news conference. And then Trump called her. Like, guys, this is an important detail. Okay. She went to a hearing. Okay. She went to a hearing. She spoke to victims. The victims said, yeah, we know the names of these guys. And she goes to a news conference and said, you know, I could identify some of these guys. And then Trump calls her and he's like voicing his displeasure. Green was in her Capitol Hill office, and according to a staff member, everyone in the suite of rooms could hear him yelling at her as she listened to him on the speakerphone. So now it's not just MTG. This reporter also talked to her staff members. Now, guys, this is believable to me, okay, because this is very Trump. Him calling you up and him fucking screaming and yelling at you because you've displeased him. His abusiveness, he's well known for this. There's a reason why people say, oh shit, ketchup is fucking hitting the wall in the White House tonight. Okay? Now again, I'm not giving her my trust, but I am looking at this purely in how can we use this to help dismantle MAGA. Okay? But here's what he said. Green says she expressed her perplexity over his intransigence. According to Green, Trump replied, "My friends will get hurt." Okay? When she urged Trump to invite some of the Epstein female victims to the Oval Office, she says he angrily informed her that they had done nothing to merit the honor. It would be the last conversation Green and Trump would ever have. Okay? And then rather than back down, she did something she never did as a congresswoman. She teamed up with Ro Khanna as well as Thomas Massie. And of course, she got on board with the discharge petition. Okay, but now there is no doubt, guys, that Green and Trump, their relationship is severed. Okay, we've seen Trump calling her Marjorie Trader Green, and he is like disavowed her. He said if she tries to run for anything, he's going to try and sink her and yada, yada. But she did hold true. Okay, now look at this. She said, am I going to get murdered or one of my kids because he's calling me a traitor? And she does go on in there to express that. Okay. And right, let's find that quote in here. And down here, okay, in what should have been her moment of triumph, okay, with the discharge petition, after Trump relented, he threw his support behind the bill. It passed with only one defection, which was fucking Clay, what's his name? Fucking Higgins. Remember Higgins? He was the only dissenting member of the House. Okay, and Trump didn't want to. Trump was forced to sign that shit. She sat by herself in the House chamber. Melanie Stansbury, the ranking Democrat member of Green's DOJ subcommittee, took notice. Though the two women agreed on very little, Stansbury told me, I think it was very brave for her to stand up to the president and stand with the victims. And the way the president went after her, in my opinion, was very similar to the way those women were attacked. So when I saw her sitting alone, I went and sat with her on the floor and I checked in with her to see if she was safe. Okay, Green wasn't sure entirely. Am I going to get murdered or one of my kids because he's calling me a traitor, she wondered. She also wondered about her political options. A part of her relished the prospect of destroying a Republican opponent anointed by Trump in the 2026 primary, but to what end? She thought of her constituents, her neighbor across the street, et cetera, et cetera. But like, guys, now listen. Again, do I find MTG as a trustworthy ally? No. No, I don't. Okay? No, I don't. Do I believe that her taking a stand against Trump and sticking with it and Trump calling her a traitor and Trump energizing against her, do I believe that she's actually worried she might get killed? Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, I absolutely believe that she is having very real fears about whether she might get killed. And in fact, her talking about this, I think, is something that we do need to illuminate, because this is a common thread, guys, with everyone who goes against Trump, that death threats, okay? That, like, you know, this is why Candace Owens is wondering about Charlie Kirk. Because, yeah, man, if Donald Trump thought Charlie Kirk was maybe a threat to him because he was going to get too Epstein-y or too down on Israel, like, yeah, that's a real problem. Would Donald Trump get Charlie Kirk, a guy he loves and support who helped him win? Would Donald Trump get Charlie Kirk killed in order to guarantee billions of dollars? Oh, fuck yeah, Trump would do that. Trump would have no problem having Charlie Kirk killed, no matter how much Charlie Kirk helped him, because he doesn't need Charlie Kirk anymore. He's not running an election. Now he's looting billions, and he doesn't give a shit. And Trump is about as pro-Netanyahu as it gets, guys. Because don't forget, and this is what pissed me off about all the people who thought Trump was going to stand up to Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu is Jared Kushner's, like, family friend. Okay, Benjamin Netanyahu is basically one of Trump's children. I shit you not. He was best friends with Jared Kushner's dad. Okay, Donald Trump will burn down the U.S. to defend Benjamin Netanyahu the same way he'll burn down the U.S. to defend fucking, you know, Vladimir Putin. Okay? And you see them today? Did you fucking see them? Did you see them today? Like, Netanyahu comes and look at what he's wearing. Look at him. He's dressed. He's wearing a fucking Trump suit, bro. Look at this shit. Look at these guys. Two fucking war criminals. Netanyahu committing war crimes in Gaza and all over the Middle East. Donald Trump committing them in America, on American streets, and in Venezuela, and sending people to fucking 𝗙ซี้𝗶𝗏, right? These guys are fucking war criminals, bro, right? And he's saying that a pardon for Netanyahu, he's trying to get a pardon for Netanyahu. Nothing to see here, just two war criminals wearing matching costumes and planning ethnic cleansings together, guys. And so, again, do I trust MTG? No, I don't. But yes, Nigeria too. Thank you. Are we going to have to build a coalition that includes like some MAGA defectors? Like maybe. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know how to do that. I mean, we used a couple defectors for the Epstein files, but like this shit, this Netanyahu, like JD Vance is going to be pro Netanyahu. And don't forget, guys, Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, they met with Epstein too, guys. Okay. And they sold surveillance equipment to African countries via Epstein's, Israeli connections that got them in the Ivory Coast and shit like that. Okay. But like JD Vance and the MAGA coalition, the TPUSA, those motherfuckers cannot win. Okay. You know what I mean? And like, we have to keep our eyes on the fucking ball here in this upcoming election. All right. And I gotta go make some videos. All right. Twins of evils and hate. Dude, yeah, there's some shit going down, guys. Okay. I feel like I'm glad we had this long meandering tonight because, guys, we very well need to be prepared in 2026 for having the upside down look like the right side up. Okay? You know what I mean? Like, we may need to make friends with some of our biggest enemies in 2026 in order to defeat the actual biggest enemy. Like, you know what I mean? Like we need to become actively involved, all of us, not just in critiquing people, but in being part of like fighting the misinformation. And I'm not going to say reaching across the aisle. I don't want to get too crazy with this, but I'm going to put it differently. Okay. I'm going to put it differently that we need to remember that MAGA and the religiously backed MAGA is the enemy. The religiously backed MAGA. That's the number one enemy. And then we need to use every other person that wants to fight them. We need to use them. Okay. We need to be playing politics on every fucking base. Okay. Which means we're going to use MTG. We're going to use Candace Owens. We're going to use Clavicular, right? We're going to use all of them, okay? We're going to use everybody to our advantage. Everybody. As long as Tommy doesn't start leaning right. Dude, I am never going to lean right. Dude, fuck the right wing. I hate the right wing motherfuckers, but I want to use them. I want to use them. I want to use, boss. I want to use every, I want to find every weakness, right? You've seen other left-leaning channels do it. You've seen like TYT do it, right? Fuck TYT though. We're going to have to fight TYT. We're going to have to shine a light on TYT. We're going to have to cover them a lot this year. Okay. 2026, we're going to have to we're going to have to shine a flashlight on a lot of these shitters. And we need to, guys, if you are in the very far left, if you're in the far left circles, you need to get the far lefties. We need to get the far lefties and the centrists. We need to get everybody, I don't know, hanging out with Zohran Mamdani and under the tent of victory. Okay. We do need to come together. Okay. The left needs to come together with everybody who will have us. And we need to use all resources to beat the fucking shit out of, we need to take back the House. And then when we take back the House, We have to pressure Hakeem Jeffries and our fighting House members to get nasty with their level of ruthlessness. And then we need to put a ruthless motherfucker into office, somebody who will take this expanded presidential power. And we do need to go after the Supreme Court. Okay, we have to go after the Supreme Court and maybe like nuke the filibuster, right? Like, we're gonna have to get ruthless, guys. Okay, we have to get ruthless. Scrotus, yes. We're gonna fucking go to work on Scrotus. All right, but now I got to get ruthless with making some videos, boss. I'm gonna be up until 2 in the afternoon tomorrow, boss. Dance party time. All right. Let's go, dude. You guys, are you going to join me in a dance? Who's dancing? If you're going to be dancing along, who's joining? Let me know who's joining. But you are like, you're gonna see me in 2026, guys. I'm gonna try different shit. I'm gonna mainstream a little. I'm gonna go far left a little. I'm gonna explore all like nooks and crannies of me politically as we evolve and try to build a coalition, right? We need a coalition, baby. We need a fucking coalition. We gotta get it together, guys. We're only gonna get one chance at this. If we lose the House and JD Vance wins in 2028, then like, bro. And I mean, dude, we've been saying we only get one more chance at this ever since Trump's first victory. But like, we fucked up. We done fucked up in 2024, dude. We ate our own. And now we're gonna go through some pain. But I'm telling you, we're not gonna get a bunch of redos. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to get a bunch of redos. They are getting dangerously close to shoving the Bible right up our fucking asses, boss. Okay? They are obsessed with trans people. They are obsessed with the Bible. And they are starting to talk Jesus-y shit that is like outside reality, guys. Like they have left reality, some of these evangelicals. All right? Like we got to get our shit together, baby! All right, let's go. Get your stretch on. Oh, fuck, boss. Woo. Yeah, dude, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right, here we go. You ready? Dude, I'm getting into it. I gotta go. We're gonna dance. Let's go!
Got a lot of choices. I got a lot of ways that I can go. I hear a lot of voices. They have a lot to say. But I don't know almost a bit holy, a notion that I will make it out somehow.
All right. Thank you, guys. That was amazing. That was fucking spirited, to say the least. 5 a.m. I'm gonna go eat some food. I'm gonna go make some videos. I'll see you fucking guys tomorrow, baby. All right, we're gonna go out with one that always gets us juiced up. Remember, do you need anything like I need you? I don't think so. I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Good night.